What is up, adventurers? It's me, DMPaulG. Welcome to Lore Academia. Where'd the background music go? It went away because we're starting. uh, so welcome everyone. So we have a few people here. It's Monday. You know what? I was actually excited to stream again because it feels like when I'm here, just reading adventures, talking to chat, people that I know, just feels kind of zen, you know, and like it's a peaceful little space that we have here where we just read adventures, try to figure out what's going on, criticize it a little bit, theory craft, things like that, and it's a fun thing to do. I don't know if just that's a old man in me just talking, but yeah, kind of enjoy what we're doing here. So, yep. So I'm saying, you're excited for the giveaway. What giveaway? Giving away. I don't know what. We're giving away lore drops. That's what we're giving away. We're giving away information about the Moonshae Isles. So stick around for the next 2 or 3 hours, and you're gonna get a lot of stuff. Oh, command for lore drops. Right, we should have that. Anyway, what are we doing today? Today, we're gonna continue on with the Rising Shadows adventures. More specifically with the Moon 1 series. So we're gonna finish that. The Moon 1 series have five, or basically they are the intro adventure modules for the Rising Shadows. And like if you're a new player, you want to play in the Moonshae Isles, or like if you're playing in Adventures League, which is the 5th edition organized play system of D&D, and the official one, and you want to jump in and play these modules, usually the dungeon masters or event organizers, they run the Moon 1 series. So the Moon 1 series have 5 adventures: Moon 1-1 to Moon 1-3. We've read Moon 1-2, we've read that already last week and the week before. Today we're gonna read Moon 1-3, find out what happened there, and if it's supposed to be a 2-hour adventure. If we finish it quick, then let's go to Moon 1-4, right? But if it has a lot of juicy lore, then we're gonna devour all of that. So there. What else? I was thinking if I'm gonna stream today or not, because I just came from virtual D&D weekend by Ballman Games. So every month they run an online event where they run D&D games, and like the event is actually posted on the official D&D website. If you go to Yawning Portal, just Google that. I should have that in chat. But yeah, next time. But yes, you go to the Yawning Portal D&D website. You'll see the events that are there, and when there's a virtual D&D weekend, that'll be on the page. So next month, if you're interested in joining, you can go there. But this month or last weekend, I ran like 6 games, 6 4-hour games. So 2 of them are like holiday adventures. There was like a multi-table holiday special where we tried to find and defeat Nick the Jingle Blade, which is basically an evil badass Santa. And then we ran the Dragonlance Epic. Yes, so Epic means it's also a multi-table adventure for Adventures League. So we ran that last weekend. Yes, it's Dragonlance. We saw all the Kender and other characters or races that are not supposed to be there, but they're there because why not, right? It's fun to do. So that was a fun epic. And then on the last day, Sunday, it's just full spell jammers. Yeah, Hello, Ninja Gal. So it's full Spelljammers. We tried to finish Spelljammer Light of Syrinxis, which is the hardcover adventure for Spelljammers. And yeah, that ending, man. What a twist. So if you haven't played it or you want to play Spelljammer Adventure, I enjoyed it. So a lot of people are kind of have mixed feelings about it. I can understand that. But I enjoyed it. So there. Anyway, we're going to discuss Moon1-3, or we're gonna read Moon1-3. We're gonna get all the lore that we can from that. How this works for you're not gonna get anything there. If you type exclamation point raffle, you're not gonna get anything. No, not yet. Or maybe when we get sponsors, which is probably gonna happen. I don't know. Based on what we're doing, I don't think a lot of people enjoy what we're doing here. This is like a super niche thing that we're doing. Winter Fantasy. Maybe we can get some sponsorship from Baldman Games. You know what? I'll ask. I'll ask them. Yeah, I think that'll be good, right? But anyway, yes. So we're gonna talk about Moon1-3. How this stream works is that we're just gonna read the adventure. We're gonna try to get as much lore as we can. We're not gonna focus too much on the design and encounters, monsters, or whatever, typos, editing. Although, yeah, we're gonna notice that, we're gonna talk about it, but that's not the main point. The main point here is to find out what happened in the adventure. That way, when we read all of the Rising Shadows adventure modules, we become Moonshae Isle experts, lore sages. You know, when they ask us what happened here, what happened there, who's this, who's that, we know the answer. Is there gonna be a exam at the end? Probably. We should do that. Also, what was fun thing that we did last time, one adventure had a puzzle and we had to solve it. So we're probably gonna do that. That's probably gonna extend our stream time for a bit, but it's fun to do. There. What do we have here? I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna read that. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead and dive in. Where is our adventure? There you go. Okay. So CCC BMG Baldman Games is a Baldman game adventure. CCC means community created content. So community created content. BMG Moon1-3. There. That's what we have. And it's heritage versus kinship. That's what we're doing. Is this a spam? I'm just reading it. I'm sorry if you're watching this in YouTube or something, or VOD. I'm just checking. I don't know how to handle chat, so I guess it should yeah, that's banned. It's gone. All right. Easy. That's it. That's how we do things here. Easy stuff, basic stuff. We're in barbarian mode, you know, just point and click. And that's it. All right. What do we have here? This is the third adventure in the Moon1 series. Let's go with the background. And the fabled Moonshae Isles are plagued by forces of darkness and shadow. We've heard about this in the previous adventure. We have that the Slain and the Slain's group, which is the Slain Sworn, have conquered Alaron, the Isle of Alaron, where the seat of power is for the High King, and which here it says capturing Darid Kendrick, which is the High King of the Moonshaes, and forcing the royal court in exile to the Isle of Moray. Like, of all the islands in the Moonshae, I think Moray is the last place you want to go. So if you're there, that means like you're really desperate, right? But all is not lost. the goodly people of the Moonshaes held a grand conclave in Kaer Morhen to unite against the slain. Driven by the prophecy of rising shadows, the Fae of Sarafal have aligned with the folk and the Northlanders, forming the Bright Alliance to counter the forces of the Shadowfell. So there are basically two human population in the Moonshae Isles: the folk, which basically worship the Earth Mother, and then you have the Northlanders, who basically arrive here, initially started raiding the folk settlements, and then peace broker between the two, and now united and supposedly sees the High King as their ruler. And High Queen Kefre Kendrick has prepared messages for important personages of the Moonshaes, informing them of the Bright Alliance, but the spies of the Slainsworn are everywhere, and even magical means of the messaging are suspect. She has turned to Teadric. Oh, I remember now. Teadric Glittergold of the Moonshae Trade League to distribute the missives. One of the recipients of the Dwarven Priest, Winnow Ruspire, however, who is preparing to escort a relic of his heritage home. There's a couple of missing words there, but all right. So last time, the High Queen is sending messages. We have this alliance, and we're gonna fight the slain as Swainsworn. I read it kind of off? Did I? I'm following like the punctuations and everything. Is it my fault? It's like after the weekend, I forgot how to do this. Anyway, so last time it was what's his name? We have our notes. It was Flamstered, who live in the island of same name, Flamstered. Was kind of we're asking for help, and it was actually King Kefre who asked Teadric Glittergold, part of the Moonshae Trade League, actually the leader of the Moonshae Trade League, kind of sent a letter, asked us adventurers to go there, and we went there, and I think we got his okay to help us or help the Moonshaes. So now we're gonna go to someone named Winnow Ruspire. Am I drunk? I'm not drunk. I wish I am, but I'm not. All right. There's not a comma after Winnow Ruspire. Should have. All right. Yeah. Okay. Winnow Ruspire. We'll figure out who that person is later on. But yeah, who is preparing to escort a relic of his heritage home? Got it. This is a 2-hour adventure. The previous 2-hour adventure, we read it, or we spent a total of 2.5 hours. Here, you're supposed to play it for 2 hours. If we're reading it, we should be faster, but we'll see. So it's spread over 2 parts and takes approximately 2 hours to play. And we start the adventure with a call to action scene. And here it's titled Messengers, which here the adventurers or the party is hired to hand deliver a message to Winnow Ruspire. Kind of similar to what we did in the previous adventure. Actually, who wrote this? Krishna Simonse. So it's the same person who wrote MOON1-2, and who I was working with when we ran the Dragonlance Epic last weekend, because Krishna was the Epic admin for that. So there. Part 1, an uphill but no snow rather. All uphill but no snow. Yeah. I need to read carefully. Okay. After traveling to set of Doc's purpose built on the Deep Vale coast, the party meets up with Dwarven Guard Broin Delveshifter. Okay. And her 2 junior recruits. Broyne is collecting some cargo of her own at the docks and is then willing to escort the party to High Rock using the mountain road. Okay, after that, the party and their dwarven escorts get waylaid by hungry kobolds, mistaking Broyne's artifact for food. Broyne recruits the party to aid in recovering her heritage, and the heritage in question provides unexpected help. Okay. A reference to going to school in the snow uphill both ways. Ah, all right. Not familiar with that phrase. When I was in New York waiting for a school bus during high school, always a lot of snow during winter, obviously. And I didn't know that you're supposed to wear like multiple layer of clothing, because here in the Philippines you only wear like one layer of clothing. And I thought, if you're going to school, you only need like a shirt, and it's winter, so I thought instead of a shirt I'm just gonna wear long sleeves. Nope. That was a mistake. I learned really fast that no, you're supposed to wear multiple layers of clothing if it's winter and you're in high school and you're waiting for a school bus to arrive. So, anyway, no, it's like the kids at the same bus stop are looking at me like, "What's wrong with this dude?" Like, or either that, or I'm just thinking like that this person is badass, just wearing like one long sleeve shirt. And must be some training he received back in the Philippines or wherever country is from. That's probably what they're thinking. And then but they don't know that ears are red, my nose is red, everything. But yeah. Anyway, hooks, adventure hooks. So if you are playing a homebrew adventure and you want to bring your players to the Moonshae Isles, these are usually the hooks that you use. Or if you're playing Adventures League, you can also use this. Basically, it's a way to make it easier for the players to dive in and play the adventures. So this is a DM tool that dungeon masters can use. So one is the troubles in the Moonshaes are well known and likely to attract adventurers to Kaer Morhen. And then the other one is there are rumors have been circulating in all the harbor towns that trade with the Moonshaes. Adventurers are sought to provide aid. Big rewards are offered. Okay. And this is basically the flow of the adventure. Very straightforward. After the call to action, you go to part 1, and then after part 1, you go to part 2. Easy as that. They give you a diagram what to do, or like how the adventure should flow. If you still miss it, don't know how to run this adventure, we may have a problem. Okay. There. So, call to action. This is where it starts. So we meet with the Moonshae Trade League that we met in a previous adventure. And the representative of that, or the leader, is Theadric Glittergold. And we are hired as messengers, same as in Moon1-2. And it looks like it has the same call to action from Moon1-2 to Moon1-5. We'll see. We'll check it. I'm pretty sure there's going to be like 1 or 2 changes here. But we start with Kaer Callidyrr in Shadow, the city of Kaer Morhen servers. Yep, it's the same. They didn't even bother to change like the typos that they found on the first one. So I think they just copy pasted it and didn't see this, and that's it. Serves as a temporary headquarters for both the Moonshae Trade League and the Royal House of Kendrick. The characters, or the adventurers, meet at the front door of the Trade League embassy. So we're now in Kaer Morhen. For those who don't know, we're gonna keep repeating this until it's stuck in our head. Like, I'm sick and tired of this information. And at that point, that means that you're a master sage already, and you know everything about the Moonshaes, or at least in terms of geography and its location. So let me open my super advanced MS Paint, and then I will zoom out. So Alaron, this is what they were talking about, the Isle of Alaron, which is the east of the Moonshae Isles. And, oops, what did I do? And Caer Caladir is right there. Right here. That's where the High King is supposed to be at, together with House Kendrick and all the other royals. But apparently the Slain and the Slain Sworn have conquered the whole Isle of Alaron, and High King got captured. Everybody else got exiled. So from here, from Caer Caladir in Alaron, they went all the way to the west and down here to the Isle of Moray, just under my face there. And they start to stay in Caer Moray, and this is where the adventure starts. Okay. Yeah, that's so far away. Because let's see, why are they in Caer Moray? Let's try to study it. So we're in Alaron. Can they go south? If they go south to Snowdown, nope, because Snowdown, as we learned. Oh, nice to meet you. Hello. Yes, thank you for joining. Have a safe drive wherever you're going. So yeah, let's see. So the House Kendrick, or the rest of the House Kendrick, got exiled from Alaron. Can they go south to the Isle of Snowdown? Nope, because this one is basically under the influence of and this is under the rule of the Viceroy of Westphal, which is an Omnian named Erliza Darisin. So nope, they cannot go here. Can they go to Gwenet, the Isle of Gwenet, this big island here in the middle? Nope, because this isle is under the kingdom of Sarifal. There we go. And this is the kingdom of the Fae. That means it's the Fae creatures that rule this island. And initially, humans or non-Fae are not allowed here. But with the recent, ruling and changes, they started to allow the folk and other non-Fae creatures to enter and actually settle here as well. So as long as they swear like allegiance to High Lady Ordalf, which is the ruler of the kingdom of Sarifal. So yeah. And where else? Where else can they go? It's easy to go to Moray because even if there were serious rulers, no one cares about Moray. Yep. Let's see. Can they go to Flamstead? No, because it's a dead island. There's nothing there. It's just Flamstead and all of his magical experiments. All right. Petition to add command Moray. No one cares about Moray. Let's see. I think I remember the command. Let me see if I... Moray. No one cares about Moray. I've successfully added it. Let's try. Moray. Okay. I guess it works. Alright. Alright. I'm starting to learn. It's gonna be like the Moonshae Isle meme. Alright. Raffle, not yet. I have nothing to add. There's no raffle yet. Okay. So Flamstar, they can't go there. Can they go to Oman? Oman, we don't know. But I heard there are giants there. And then can they go to Norland, where the Northlanders are at? And here at the Koran Archipelago, I have no idea what's there. So no, we're not even going to go there. But Norheim Isles, Norland, that's where the Northlanders are. Do they like the Kendricks? I don't think so. So this is the only place they can go, which is Moray. No one cares about Moray. Yep. There. So that's where we're at. And now, yeah. So now, let's see here. Setting information with Caer Caladir in shadow, the city of Caer Moray. Yeah, we read that. So call to action. Theodric Glittergold hires us to hand deliver a message to a dwarven priest, Winnow Rustfire. So Winnow Rustfire is a dwarven priest. Priest of who? What? We'll learn later. Each character is individually invited to a meeting with the Trade League ambassador. The invitation is very fancy, written on good paper with precise handwriting, featuring lots of swirling swooshes. I remember this text. So, yep, it's copy-paste from the previous adventure. The characters meet at the front door of the Trade League Embassy, which is a stately building. If you can hear my kid yelling, yeah, that's it. I think it's yelling for food. Featuring an imposingly large door and impeccably clean windows. The door features 2 knockers, plain brass one at human eye level, and an intricately sculpted representation of a gold nugget at about 3 feet high because, what's his name? Theodric Glittergold is a gnome. If required, we give the characters a moment to introduce themselves. So we have that. And then we get to here. The box text. The meeting room is dominated by a huge table with 8 chairs on either side. At the head of the table stands a chair resembling a throne. In the chair, seated on a large velvet cushion, sits a well-groomed gnome dressed in an expensive-looking outfit of several clashing colors. The gnome motions for you to take one of the seats at the table. Sit. My name is Theodric Glittergold. Yes, the Glittergold. And I have a business proposition. And I think that's why Theodric is kind of proud of his name. I think we researched it a little bit. But Glittergold, I think, is the name of a gnomish deity. Garl Glittergold, also known as the Watchful Protector. Yep, greater deity of gnomes. There you go. And if you go to Forgotten Realms wiki, you'll see his photo. I think he's like golden, right? Yeah. So there. I'll post the. I think what I can do is just post the link, right? So we're here again at the embassy. We know who Theodric Glittergold is. He's a rock gnome, merchant lord, ambassador of the Moonshae Trade League. What do they want? They want to hire us to deliver a message to Winnow Rustfire, one of the leaders of the Rustfire Dwarven clan. Okay. One of the leaders of the Rustfire clan. And what do they know? This is what Theodric shares to us. Winnow Rustfire can be found in a high rock in Fairheight Mountains of Alaron. So we're going back to the Isle of Alaron. She's a priest of Baranar True Silver. All right. Let's wiki that. Who is Baranar True Silver, who is was an intermediate deity in the Dwarven pantheon. She was known as the wait, it's loading. Okay. Revered mother or the mother of safety. Okay. She's basically the domains of light, life, and peace. Okay. It's oh, she's Moradin's bride. Got it. The matriarch of the Dwarven pantheon. I got it. Okay. Holy symbol is like 2 silver rings. Okay. Theadric provides a good description of her. So you probably need, if you're a dungeon master running this, you probably have to go to Wiki and try to get some information about that deity. Yeah. And most of Alaron south of the Fairheight Mountains is under control of the Slain, who is a threat to all the goodly people of the Moonshae. So we're low-level adventurers, and we're being sent from the westmost isle, which is Moray, and going to the eastmost isle, which is Alaron, where like the big bad evil creature will be, and or it's currently staying together with that boss's minions, monsters, and everything, all to deliver a letter. Got it. Super simple. Theadric has procured the services of a ship to carry the party to Fairheight Mountains. On the eastern edge of the mountains are the High Rock Docks, which allows access to the mountain hold high above. With the current situation in the Moonshaes, magical means of communication has become unreliable, and a more traditional means of messaging is more secure. And with this, while Theadric normally relishes a little haggling, I think what we're only getting here, if you're an adventurer, is 40 gold pieces. Oops, there you go. 40 gold pieces. Each adventure. Okay. If you accept, we give them Appendix 2A. And should any of the adventurers ever wish to break the seal of the letter, we read 2B. All right, we want to read the letters. Theadric directs the characters to the docks of Kaer Morhen, where they can find a ship named the Shantu. All right, so it's the same ship with Captain Poppy Logan. Nice. So let's go and read the letter. Two things we're gonna do. We're gonna read the letter, and we're gonna open the map and find where we're going. Ooh, there's some portrait there as well. Cool stuff. Okay, maybe I don't need to open the map. 2B. All right. 40 gold equals 400, like 1 year's worth of salary for one mission. So will you go to like Mordor, or like the Mordor of Moonshae Isles for 1 year's worth of salary? Right? All you have to do, like Frodo, is just take the ring there, and here we're just gonna take the letter, right? You take the letter in a nice boat, and then you climb a mountain, and then give the letter to a dwarven priest. That's it. That's all you have to do. But that mountain and that priest is located in the most dangerous isle in the Moonshaes. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see if it's easy money. Because first, we're going to take a peek at this letter. We're going to break the seal and open the letter. What do we see? From the stronghold of Earl Orwyn Rhys, Kaer Morhen on the Isle of Moray. To her most devout steadfastness, Winnow, Rustfire, Wardens of the Deep Shays, Fairheight Mountains, Isle of Alaron. Okay. As you are well aware, the situation in the Moonshaes gets worse every day. We really need to find out what is going on with the supposed slain. In this, we need your help. We think now is the time for you to send one of your deep reconnaissance teams to location Alpha. Whoa, okay. This doesn't sound very Moonshae. Uh, Assuming you agree, we will be expecting. Can't have a typo here, Earl. You're the Earl of Moray. Uh, we will be expecting a report at your earliest convenience. Please ensure that the people delivering this message to you are thanked. I do not know how much risk they incurred, and Hyrock is not in the thick of things right now, but still, their bravery deserves respect. By my hand and affixed with my seal, Kefre Amkamtra Kendrick. Oh, it was actually the queen who wrote it. Okay. High Queen of the Moonshaes. What would a Faerun phonetic alphabet use for A? I think they would still be Apple since there's still Apple there, right? And yeah, there's still Apple in the Forgotten Realms. So I don't think they have access to the monster manual, so I'm not gonna use Apple yet. P.S. There's a P.S. here. Should this message seen in any way tampered with, you know what to check. Please mark your token of receipt as we have agreed upon. P.P.S. Please remind your cook that he promised me the recipe for Rasfar Fanison. All right, what is this? What is this food? Is it sausage? No, it's not sausage. Venison is meat of the game animal. All right, so how do you cook it? So just kind of roast it. Thing is just like a big lump of meat kind of tied around and then seared. And that's it. Or it can be smoke. Okay. Deer normally. All right. And except gamier flavor. All right. And the adventure has provided us with a map of Alaron, so we don't have to switch. But here we are in Alaron. Actually, you know what? I want my map. I want to use my map. There. And then we're gonna zoom in. Oops. Zoom in. Trying to find my cursor. There you go. I'm gonna zoom in and find this place. So they said, where are we supposed to go? Alaron. Fair Height Range. Alright, Fair Height Mountains. That is really close. Like, that is super close to Caer Calidir. Like, if the Slain is staying there, we're going like really close to where the main villain is in the storyline. So if we're going to Fair Height Range, that is there any way towards this mountain? This is a different mountain range now. This is so spoilers. Well, it says there that the Slain has conquered Alaron, right? So I'm assuming if you're the leader of the evil group, then you're gonna stay where the High King is staying, right? Which is in Caer Calidir. So yeah. And yeah, the title of the stream has spoilers tagged there, so Anyway, going back. So that's part one. That's call to action. So part one. Let's go and try to learn more. Need to zoom out. 108. Teodric has arranged for us to travel on the Shantu, travel to the High Rock docks on the Deep Vale. I didn't see any High Rock docks marker on the map. On the Deep Vale coast is uneventful. At the docks, the party meets Broin Delve Shifter, who's basically the one escorting us up the mountain. As we camp for the night, we run into hungry kobolds that steal what they think are supplies. Okay. And the Shantu and its captain, Poppy, play a part in several of the Moonshae Isle adventures. If you want to give a sea travel more background, you can find additional information in the Shantu and her crew in Moon 1 and Moon 1-2, which we've read already. Setting information. This adventure takes place at the High Rock docks on the mountain road towards High Rock proper. Did we miss it? I didn't see any High Rock. The docks consist of little else than a small port, a storage facility, and a barracks for guards and dock workers. There's no inn nor tavern, just an efficient workforce loading and offloading ships. The mountain road is incomplete, paved near High Rock and the docks, but the middle part is just packed dirt path that weaves its way through the mountains. And we look at 1A for that. Yeah, we'll see. So isn't it kind of annoying as someone who picks up the specific module? Shouldn't the description of Poppy and Shantu be at least copy pasted in this one? I would agree. But there is a part in this adventure where you saw the portraits. There should be a description of Poppy there. But if it's not there, I think the reason why they didn't add it is because the travel part from Moray to Alaron is just, they're expecting that it's just gonna be like a montage or something, or just gonna get past it, like it's not important. So like the dungeon masters not supposed to, if they're just running this adventure, they're not supposed to kind of go through the journey part. And but just in case the characters or the players ask who's the captain, what's the ship, they have those two basic information there. Yeah. How many times have something been not important and players ask? Yeah. A lot of times. Yeah, literally every time. Yeah. Okay. Again, you had to remember, yeah, I can see it both ways on the dungeon master side and the writer side. Man, this is bad. Yeah, I'm kind of am I defending the adventure? Because yeah, you can't put all the info there, right? All the possible questions your player might ask, you can't all put it there. But I can also see it on the dungeon master side. But yeah, of course, but you can come up with the most common things the players might ask and put those there. Man, okay. So we'll go back again. Yes, it might be annoying to some. I also understand it from the writer's perspective. But again, our focus here is to get the lore. All right. Story objective A, must find an escort and travel to High Rock. You know what? We're gonna go back to 1A because it's been itching in my brain. So let's find High Rock. Oh, here they have it. Right there. So they have that. In my map though, I don't. Oh, it's there. What the hell am I talking about? What the hell? Right here. This is where we're going. High Rock. It's just I missed it for some reason. So High Rock, this is where we're going, and Caer Caladir, which is where all the bad guys are. That is like 50 miles away. Right? Something like that. 50, 60 miles. Wow. So that's where we're going. Alright, so as soon as we arrive, as the Shantu prepares to moor at the High Rock docks, there is a sudden flurry of activity. Dwarven dock workers stream out of a large barracks and stand ready to catch ropes and help. One of them addresses the ship and fires off a practice yell. Welcome! Pay your fees in the office. Tippins appreciated. What's your cargo? And the dwarf speaks fast enough for it all to kind of run together. Captain Poppy answers, "No cargo today, love. Just dropping off some tourists looking to see the High Rock and hanging around till they make it back." All right. If the dock workers are disappointed by this, they don't show it, and the ship is secured in its berth quickly and efficiently. Poppy smiles at the dwarf that yelled earlier and throws him a small coin pouch. Then with a nod, she turns to you. "Right, you lot go do your thing. We'll be here. You should be able to find a guide amongst the guards. They go up the mountains regularly." Okay, so we only have tourists, no cargo. Dwarves here are disappointed. No, nothing, no food, ale, wine, whatever, clothes, nothing new. Are the docks and High Rock itself like separated? Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. So you saw the setting info. Yep, they are. So area information. The High Rock docks were built to allow trade to reach High Rock in a more efficient manner. Yeah, because that's where we're going. The dock has room for up to 5 large vessels. In close proximity of the docks is a large warehouse where dock workers are busy labeling chests and barrels. At least one of the guards is present in the warehouse at all times. Next to the warehouse is a barracks with a small stable. There's one road leading away into the mountains. So if you want to meet some dwarves, if you want to have your party, your characters meet up or engage with dwarves in this setting, then one location you can add is the High Rocks in the Fairheight mountain range in the Isle of Alaron. Okay. And then here we meet Broin Delfshifter, which is a shield dwarf. Broin has been a High Rock guard for 90 years. Wow. The lines on her face makes it evident that she has seen things. What have you seen, Broin? Let us know. She's stubborn to a fault, quick to judge, and lacking any patience. Once she has made up her mind, Broin cannot be swayed. Broin has brought 2 trainees, Glodo and Port. We need to put that there. So she is a High Rock guard. For nearly 90 years. And then we have, we're just going to combine this. What's their name? Glodo and Port. Okay. Trainees of Broin. Yep. I'm assuming Glodo and Port are also dwarves. Yeah, me too. to see the docks for themselves. Okay, what do they want? So Broin is at the docks to collect some personal cargo. A formerly magical warhammer that is an important ancestral relic. So we're looking. So Broin is about to collect a magical warhammer. Okay, wow. Some good stuff already. Okay. An ancient magical warhammer. She wants to take it to High Rock for a proper burial ceremony. Broin also wants to ensure her ward stays safe and learn a thing or two. She's willing to guide the characters on their way to High Rock, provided they stay out of her way and don't interfere with her work. Burying a hammer. Sounds like a certain spell book. Oh, I remember that. Is that the one? Yeah. Man, I lost all my notes. I don't remember anymore, but I remember parts of that. There's a there's a spell book that is a war hammer. Yeah. Earlier adventures. Yep. Is it here? Let's look at Moon1-1. Oh, here there's in Moon1-1 there's a Rustfire clan. Winnow Rustfire. Oh, we actually talked to Winnow Rustfire already. Don't forget all the lore you've mined already. Again, that's the problem. I easily forget things. That's why we have notes. And it's just coming back to me now. We talked to Winnow Rustfire in Moon1-1. And it's already written here. Priest of Dwarven Deity, Baronor through Silver. Okay, what else happened here? Originally from Cambro Mountains, Isle of Gweneth. Alright. Yeah, we talk about the tunnel and everything. Oh, man. What is going on? I think this will be our problem. Once we get to like Moon 5 or Moon 10, there's like so much stuff in our notes that either it'll be difficult to find if we talk about this person before, unless we control F. Remember last time we control F, it didn't work. Or we'll be too lazy to scroll up and find things that we want to find. But that's a problem for the future, not now. What's going on again? So yeah. Burying a magical warhammer. There are better ones than Notepad, but Notepad is easier. Well, it's not easier, obviously, but it makes it's super comfortable for me. All right. Well, I'm open to suggestions. Anyway, what do they know? Broin knows little of the situation in the Moonshaes, but she does know that things are in a nervous state up in High Rock. Ever since the Rukawat clan joined the Rustfires, strange things have been happening. Yep, we remember that the Rukawat and the Rustfire kind of joined together, and Broin considers this stuff way above her pay grade. Okay. You use Evernote. If I get something better than Notepad. All right. Well, let's see. I hope you're right. Okay. So Glodo. Glodo has a name. All right. So I guess we have to, a last name. So I guess we have to separate their entries. So Glodo Deep Barrel. A trainee of Broin. And Shield Dwarf. Glodo has only been in the Dwarven Guard for a few months and still quite naive. He's a trainee to Broin It was his insistence that put him in port at the docks, bothering Broin until she let them come along. Glodo is a bundle of nervous energy overflowing with excitement. Okay. Yes, I can add that. And then we have port. Port shale tender. Okay. So what do they want? Glodo wants to know everything he can find out about the world outside High Rock. He's curious to a fault and very excited with meeting actual adventurers that have been to places. Okay. And then we have port shale tender. Like Glodo, new Dwarven Guard, one of Broin's trainees, she is silent and thoughtful, but when she speaks, it is almost always relevant. Port defers to Broin in all things. Okay. So I guess that part we can copy paste. Okay. Port wants to keep everybody happy. Port is too young to have gained a lot of insight, but she's very aware of the fact that and loath to share what knowledge she may have, just in case she turns out to be wrong. Okay, and then there are other dwarves here at the docks. Multitude of dwarven dock workers, a few guards. Dock workers work here for 6 months on end, and this is the 5th month of their shift. They are slightly jealous of the characters because they get to go to High Rock. Okay. They have little to say and refer the characters to Broin to find a guide. The guards other than Broin are on a monthly shift, so they are not quite as homesick. They take their work seriously and are not looking to chit-chat. They refer to the characters, refer them again to Broin as she'll be going up the mountain today. Okay. That's what did I say? Port wants to keep everybody, especially Broin, happy. Okay. Now, it's good to know that, like, this is like what the how the dwarves work here in the Moonshae. So it's like it's in the same mountains. Like, you're just at the base of the mountain at the docks, but you have to stay there. If you're working at the docks, you stay there for 6 months before you can go back home. Like, that's the usual work setting here in the Moonshaes, or at least for the dwarves here in High Rock. So that's kind of cool. So if you want to work, you want to be an employee here and be a guard something, you're going to be a guard in 6 months at the base of the mountains at the docks, and then you can only go back home after 6 months. It's hard trek between High Rock and High Rock docks, so they don't commute. They just live down there for yeah, I can understand. Yeah, so if you're gonna hike up, I guess it's a big mountain, right? Because I know I've seen some movies where, you know, every day you trek up and down on a daily basis. Even in real life, you can do that, but I'm assuming this is a big ass mountain that we're going at. All right, yeah, because it's dwarves. Yeah, of course. After the characters have talked to Broin and secured her as an escort up the mountain, things move quickly. Broin brings a donkey cart out of the stables loaded with tent and other camping gear as well as a clothes. Yeah, there's going to be camping involved, so I guess you're not going to be able to get to High Rock in one day. And as close medium-sized wooden crate. Broin refuses to discuss the contents of the chest, reassuring everyone that it's just a family thing. She then calls Glodo and Port and announces they are leaving. All right. Keep up if you're coming along. And going uphill. All right. Traveling the mountain road, uneventful, might even be boring were it not for the gorgeous vistas that we have here. So it kind of reminded me right away, like in video games, when you're kind of just exploring and then you see like a marker that you have to go to, and then it will automatically goes to a cutscene, shows you like the view in that area, and then you can even take like a screenshot or something. That's what I'm reminded of when you get to those gorgeous vistas that they're talking about here. And I bet there's like a 1.1 area in the mountains where you can see Caer Caladir. That'll be awesome. Okay. After about 6 hours of travel, the sun begins to set. And have the adventurers roll perception, and if they succeed, they see the following. Yeah, could you imagine being able to do that in a live D&D game? Yeah, that would be awesome, right? With the sun going down, shadows play amongst the rocks and plateaus. For a brief moment, you see the shadow of a humanoid figure standing on a rock appear on a rock face to the east. Oh, what's this? All right. You see the shadow of a humanoid figure. Broin, Glodo, and Port have seen nothing. Any worry that the character's display is waved away by Broin because nothing will dare bother us here. The mountain road is under dwarven protection. Sure, of course. It's not like 50, 60 miles from you, like the big bad of like the slain is right there, rising shadows. No amount of talking or pleading can convince Broin otherwise, and as a result, Port is also convinced all as well. If you persist, they do succeed in making Glodo very nervous, much to Broin's chagrin. All right, chagrin. What's chagrin? Am I saying it right? Chagrin. Damn it. Chagrin is distressed. Okay. New words. Chagrin. Distress. Distress. Humiliated. Scared. Thought it was scared. Okay. And okay. So when they get embarrassed, when they go, okay. Got it. And I lost it. Where were we? Okay. As dusk sets in, Broin leads the donkey off the road, which is by now is but a dirt packed path, and proceeds to set up camp near a little stream. With the camp set up, we're now in scene C. Glodo proceeds to prepare a meal. Broin moves the chest from her cart into her tent. She returns with a small travel keg of dwarven stout and offers to share. Oh, how nice. Regardless of how much the characters drink, Broin, Port, and Glodo finished off the keg. Yep, of course. And as the evening proceeds, Broin becomes a little more talkative, possibly sharing some war stories, and eventually explaining that her cargo is a warhammer. Why would you be participating in war, Broin? What happened during what happened in the past? Is there like a war where the dwarves participated in here in Alaron? Or is it a dwarf clan versus dwarf clan? We want to know more. No amount of drink makes Port less reserved, but Glodo gets uncharacteristically silent, and he is very impressed by Broin's tale. Yeah, but I want to know if that's like 90 years is a long time, plenty of time for wars, but I want to know those wars. I want to know those information, like what happened. Is it something known in the Moonshae, or is it like a secret war kind of thing? Yeah. Yeah. Not every war has to be big or grand. Sometimes just skirmishes between trash. Yeah. True. The Warhammer. This is Broin's tale. This is what's important to us. The Warhammer used to be magic, but one of her family made a deal with Baronar Truesilver. Not too long ago, a force of shadow creatures tried to invade High Rock to take control of the king's son, Shale. They almost succeeded, but in an act of true heroism, Broin's cousin, whom she will not name out of respect for the Warhammer, and she refused to elaborate, offered his weapon's magic to Baronar if they would intercede. And intercede they did, because saving Shale and procuring victory but damaging the weapon internally. Now the time has come to bring this weapon home and give it a proper burial. As time comes to sleep, Broin insists that there is no need for anyone to stand watch. Again, nobody would dare mess with the dwarf on the mountain road. And they decide to hold the watch regardless. The characters do that. Broin stubbornly insists that this is nonsense, but you know what? She can't do anything about it. I want to learn more about the hammer, and I have forgotten what we read in Moon1-1. So, the plan is go to my Moonshae folders, Rising Shadow Adventures. If it was that easy to get Divine Intervention, I would have traded off so many +1 weapons long ago. Right? Complete quests, sacrifice this magic item. Let's open Treasure Hunt. And again, we're here to make sense of things, which we'll probably forget again. Prophecy. Okay. Poppy's family business. Oh, these are like the treasure hunt is where we look for 4 items. All right. Part 3 is the mysterious spellbook. High Rocks. Yeah, High Rock Docks. All right, so we've been there. Okay. Daughter of the Mountain, second paragraph, second stanza. Daughter of the Mountains, wielder of flame, her own prophecy she seeks. Without you, there's little hope to claim the wisdom of the Fire Height Peaks. Okay. Part 1 is the axe, the flaming axe. I think it's part 1 because is it part 3? There's Winnow Rustfire here. The daughter of Norbert Rustfire. And they're looking for... Man, these texts are small. All right. She asked the event for help in procuring a rare component for a divination spell she plans to cast. She pulls a battle axe from her back. In an instant, the battle axe is covered in red flames. Hooligans scattered. Okay. Force of magic. So it's an axe. So this one's different, not the Warhammer. Okay. Oh, she's being attacked, right? And then to the shore. The axe beak, I remember that. And then we tried to find an oyster. The talking oyster, I think. And then there are Sahuagins. That's the oyster. Okay. And then I remember that part. Goblin rat. Okay. This is the one that makes them go mad, I think. Yeah. And then the third one is, I think you're right. I'm wrong, of course. Um, Bronal Whitwolf. And this is where fishmonger, bakery. We have the skull. We have. Wow, this is long. We read all of this? Once the party has Whitwolf's spellbook, okay, they can make their way back to Poppy and the ship. All right. Oh, we have Gully and Irsa here too, which is in Moon1-2. All right, so it's this one. And the spell book. Here we go. Whitwolf's spellbook. You have retrieved the spellbook of Bronal Whitwolf. The spellbook turned out to be an iron warhammer with an inscription that reads "My Spellbook." From the archives in Bloodfire, you have learned that Bronal Whitwolf was an adventurer infamous for acts of extreme strength and equally extreme lack of judgment. For a short time, his name featured prominently in the cautionary tales of Narhelm, but his fame has completely faded. So Whitwolf is human, or was human, and I think the one that owns the Warhammer in Moon1-3 is, is a she, based on Broin's tale, right? So Broin's cousin, whom, oh no, it's her. So Broin's cousin, whom she will not name out of respect for the Warhammer. Oh, okay. The she here is Broin. The cousin, Whitwolf and Broin might be cousins. But helps us explain why there was a curse. Bird hammer, maybe a ritual to get that divine intervention went wrong. Okay. All right. So we know it's separate. All right. That one cleared our heads. All right. Let's see. So as time comes to sleep, Broin insists there's no need for anyone to stand. What? Oh, okay, we read that. Scene D. Whitwolf. Whitwolf. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Going back. Scene D. Around midnight, the camp is assaulted by a group of kobolds. This group of kobolds has cut a hole in the back of a large dwarven tent. Found the dwarves in a deep ale-induced slumber. Knocked them out and are now making off with Broin's chest, which they assume holds food and supplies. The other kobolds are covering the retreat. By the time anyone notices anything, the crate is already long gone. If they opted to hold a watch, they hear the kobolds approach, in which case we read the following. You hear the sound of metal hitting rock coming from behind the dwarven tent. Looking in that direction, you see several small forms heading towards you. And if there's no watch, okay, the penetrating smell of smoke wakes you from your slumber. Looking around, you can't help but notice that your tent is on fire. Okay. If we check on the dwarves, we find that they're knocked out And okay, we have a DM advice here. Some players will well, they're already unconscious, they're sleeping, to make sure that they don't wake up, kind of doubling down on that. It's common kobold logic, right? So makes sense, I think. Some players will play the characters as a very paranoid or observant. Okay, are we gonna read this? Patrol the camp. Okay, this is more on how to handle the encounter. Alarm spell. All right, we don't really need that part. Not for us, because we're not running the adventure. We're here to extract lore. And okay, so one tent is burning. We have that. We have a map for it. It's midnight, right? So it's moonless during that time. But if the tent is burning, there's dim light flickering. Okay. So we have 1 kobold dragon shield, 4 kobolds, and 2 winged kobolds. Alright, this is a tier 1 encounter. This is for level 1 to 4 characters. So 1, 5, 7 kobolds is what they're fighting. And if you're dungeon master, if you have like level 1 party and there's only 3 of them, you can adjust the scene, adjust the combat encounter. There's a recommendation here. So you can add more monsters or remove some monsters depending if you think that your party is too strong or too weak, or you can use the average party level to figure that out. Tactics. Wow, reminds me of 4th edition. Okay. Killing anyone, they will defend themselves. Again, do we need to read this? This is basically just how they fight. And after the fight, or after 2 rounds of combat, the kobolds start their retreat. They try to hide as soon as they are out of sight, and for simplicity's sake, allow them to disappear once they leave the map. Okay. If Broin, Port, and Glodo have not been woken up, they come stumbling out of their tent. Alright, so they got drunk, they sleep, and then while sleeping, they got hit in the head, and then now they wake up after combat. And that's part 1. And standing in the chaos that was their camp, we will now have to decide what to do next, because Broin, once she's awake, insists that we retrieve her heritage, the Warhammer, because the kobolds stole it. This leads to the Kobold Warren, where they must deal with kobolds, their kin, and an angry dwarven heritage. Now, we have to remember that we're here because we're supposed to deliver a letter for 1 year worth of salary, or basically 40 gold pieces. And are we going to deal with this problem? Because, again, Broin was super hard-headed. We want to take watch. She kept on saying that nobody will attack us, the dwarves, while on the mountain road. She said that twice. And now something happened. And it's not even like some monsters from the slain or slain sworn. It's just kobolds. And I think the shadow that we saw a while ago are just the kobold shadow. All right. And now she's asking us for help. So are we gonna help her or not, right? But if we don't help her, who's gonna guide us up the mountain? So I think here we have to figure out how close we are to High Rock. If it's still well, let's look at setting information. This takes place on the mountain road to High Rock. In a Kobold Warren and in High Rock proper. Okay. So we don't know how far. But if it's me, I'm the adventurer. I'm here to just get my money, get paid. I don't want to stay in Alaron for too long because it's bad juju. There's a lot of enemies here. I want to get out. Okay. But apparently, if we're nice and we help Broin, this is what happens. If they manage to capture any kobold, we can try to interrogate them. They can only speak Draconic, 6 words of common, and it's basically me, yes, no, kill, food, or and take. That's it. Those are the 6 words. And the kobolds try to seem very cooperative, but they are any directions they give are false. Okay. And if we give them food, we can convince them to give their location where they took our stuff, and they tell us not to kill anyone there. Okay. If we intimidate them, okay. Meanwhile, the dwarves are recuperating once the interrogation is done. If there are no captured kobolds, this is what happens. Broin stomps around the campsite, cursing angrily. She's the one that's mad. She's the one that caused all this. Like, in Dwarvish, as Glodo and Port sit near the campfire, holding their heads and looking dejected. Broin turns to you and exclaims, well, I don't know what them little critters were thinking, but attacking a dwarf on their own road? Yeah, this cannot stand. And taking my heritage? That's just the cherry in a fruity ale, ain't it? So, you lot ready? I could use a hand retrieving what's mine. Dude, we tell you that there's someone trailing us like we saw shadows. Said no one's gonna attack us here. And then when we're setting camp, you said no one's gonna attack us. And then when we're ready to sleep, we're gonna take watch, you know. You said no need because no one's gonna attack us. And then somebody attacked us. Took your stuff, and now you want us to retrieve it. So kind of extra effort here. If he only, you know, if this dwarf just listened to us a little bit, then everything will be fine. Right? So assuming the characters are willing to assist Broin, I mean, again, it's not the writing. The writing is good because I'm annoyed, right? It's the story. I'm talking about the character. I'm annoyed about the character. Because yeah, we know that she's hard-headed, and yeah, that's what she's doing. Yeah. It's a bad character trait indeed. Yep. Where are we? Assuming they're willing to assist Broin, they can either use the information gained with the interrogation or go look for tracks. If we're all right, so what's the option here? Because this is me. Should any characters be unwilling to assist Broin, they can stay at the camp. They won't be able to participate in Scene B and rejoin the party only for the concluding of the adventure. So that's it. Where the spotlight is gone from us if we decide not to help Broin. And we just come when everything's done at the conclusion of the adventure. Okay. So the adventurers and dwarves quickly make their way to the entrance to the Kobold Warren, and if they want to retrieve the Warhammer, they will have to investigate the tunnels. So see Appendix 1C for the map, and while not a true maze, not drawing or showing the entire map may be beneficial to playing out the scene. So what do we have here? What's the area? The tunnels and the Cold Warrens are mostly made for small creatures. So it might be difficult for a medium size and above, and we'll have to squeeze through. No light here. It's pitch black. And let's look at the map. Let's scroll down a bit. So 1C. This is the tent area. Where the kobold attacked us. And then this is the Warren. Okay. How many room is this? 1, 2, what's the biggest number? 6. There are 2 6s here. Dead ends, I'm thinking. Or secret doors. That's big. Because that means you have to stay in one part like 10 minutes or so describing what's going on. Then you go to the second part to describe what's going on. You ask the players what they're doing. And then same thing, same thing. So that's like an hour at least. So when I make a dungeon, something like this for an encounter, I usually set it like 10 minutes per room, depending on tier. If it's like a higher tier, I add like 5 minutes per room. So tier 1, it's like 10 minutes. Tier 2, it's 15 minutes. Tier 3, it's like 20 minutes. And tier 4 is like 25 minutes because everybody wants to do something at tier 4. All right, I cast this looking for doors. All right, I cast that to check if there's anything here. All right, I pick the lock here. I listen first. I do investigation. I cast guidance. I do, and then other stuff. So whenever there's a dungeon crawl encounter, usually like 10 to 20 minutes per room. So if this is like a 6, it's not even 6 room because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like an 8-room dungeon. That's gonna take a long time if the players want to explore all of it. Especially if you have those players that play video games and want to do like 100% map completion. So there. Anyway, going back. Entrance. Sliding down the chute lands the characters in a small dugout cavern. A quickly narrowing tunnel leads east. The floor is covered in cobble tracks leading both out and to the east. There's a clear imprint in the loose earth of a chest that slid down the chute and came to a stop in a little cavern. Not to mention looters. Yep, and is there a treasure here? Is there anything under this rock? Right? Anything under the sand? I want to dig stuff, and anything on the wall, like secret doors. What's that statue? Man, you're going to take a long time if you have like an 8-room dungeon. The tunnels are exceeding. Yeah, so, oh man, I said we're not going to talk about design and encounters much. But here, let's break this down as an example. Okay. So we slide on the chute. And we got into a dug-out cavern, and it quickly narrows down to the east, and that leads to the east. And we start, so the players start asking, all right, so where does this tunnel lead to? Make a survival or investigation check, and then you figure out it's going to the east. You also find that there are cobble tracks. If they fail, then you make another person make a check. You find cobble tracks that go in and out east. And then what else do we see? There's a clearing imprint on the loose earth of a chest that slid down the chute. All right. Oh, so that might probably be the one that they stole from the tent. Figure it out. From on the previous encounter. Okay, the dungeon master asks, so what do you want to do now? Do you want to go forward? Go east? All right, wait. So if there's tracks here, there might be monsters on the other, on the next room. So let's make some preparations. And that's the basic, right, encounter that's the basic scenario that happens. It doesn't happen all the time, of course, but that's usually like the basic stuff that happens in a dungeon crawl. And then if you have people that really want to RP that situation or roleplay that situation, you need to add more time. So you need to, so if you're writing adventures and you're writing like a dungeon crawl encounter, my recommendation is just, again, if you're pressed for time, make it short and then just fill it with a lot of details. So at least in that 10 minutes, that they're doing, they're still gonna ask the same question, do the same thing, but at least you have all the answers there because you have a statue, you have the prints, you have you know, the clues and everything, the secret door, the rag on the ground, things like that. Whatever. Anyway, we're done. We're done with that. All right, going back, finding lore. If you disagree, let me know. Feel free to tell me in the chat, because again, that's just my take on it and how I would design it. Tunnels, exceedingly narrow, hard to traverse for all but small and smaller creatures. And there are several directions that lead to dead ends. All right, okay. Not gonna read that. So you are being addressed in a deep but melodic voice. Hello. All right. Hello, Paul. No, don't start looking around. I am only in your head. Yes, telepathy. And before you ask, it is me. Darrow Stomper. The Warhammer in the chest. Oh, it's a sentient Warhammer. Ooh. I'm excited. All right. All right. All right. I'm excited. Where we're putting this? Lore. So we have Darrow Stomper. The Warhammer owned by Broin Delve Shifter's cousin. Who's the hammer's magic was is quote unquote lost, but it's still sentient, so it's still magical, I'm assuming. All right. Darrow Stomper proceeds to explain that while she does not know where she is right now, those filthy little critters did open the chest, and she was in a larger cavern. Darrow Stomper sensed the characters approaching, and since she has no intention of being left with this vermin, she decided to act. When informed of what's going on, Broin gets very jealous. She fully expected to be the one the Warhammer would talk to. Because I don't want to say the B word on Broin, but Broin is being a Broin. Okay? And you deserve that a Darrow Stomper is not talking to you and talking to us instead. Alright. Anyway. She fully expected to be the one the Warhammer would talk to. When questioned on this, Darrow Stomper simply says she doesn't feel like talking to that side of the family. Oh, all right. Hello, golden gentlemen. Welcome. How's it going? We're doing great. We're reading MOON1-3. We're trying to extract as much lore as we can. I'm getting a bit irritated with Broin. What's her name? I forgot her name. Broin. There you go. Delve Shifter. But yeah. Other than that, we're good. So, alright. She doesn't want to talk to that side of the family. Broin doesn't take this well and can be heard muttering to herself about forges and melting down weapons. Darrow Stomper guides the characters to the main warren using her patented hotter, colder technique. Okay, sure. That's nice, Darrow Stomper. I like Darrow Stomper. Darrow Stomper doesn't like kobolds and would prefer the characters to kill them all. Alright. It's okay. Very nice. It's Darrow Stomper has like a way better personality than Broin. I'm gonna say that. The main warren is made of a larger open spaces with multiple tunnels leading out. Unless we adventurers have been specially stealthy, something the dwarves are not good at, the kobold shaman is waiting for them and calls to them before they can enter the cavern. Okay. Uh, Encounters with the kobolds are often based on much used tropes, and this one with hungry kobolds making a costly mistake is no different. If you have a different take on the kobolds, you should absolutely feel free to give them a different reason for getting into this situation. Sure. Okay. That's okay. What's my take on this? DM advice. Again, we're not supposed to focus on the design, but I can't stop myself. I guess that's why I hate Broin, is because we have the same personality, right? You just hate yourself. And I see myself in Broin, and that's why I hate her. Uh, DM advice. If it's telling us, or it's telling the dungeon master, that the encounter that we're about to go through uses like the common tropes for kobolds, and this one is again, yeah, so it's and if we have a different take, or we feel different about how these kobolds act and how they should act in our games, um feel free to give them a different reason, right? Or feel free to change the encounter or the reason why they got into this situation. It feels a bit like, oh man, the fact that I know Krishna is probably gonna kill me. But to me, it gives the feeling that it's a bit of a lazy writing, right? Because if you already admitted that it is a common trope, and there's a big chance that there's a group of players, dungeon masters, that's not gonna like that particular trope, then I think this is the part where you, as the designer of this, will have to come up and find a actually very interesting trope, right? Or not trope, a very interesting scenario. So, is that easy? Of course not. But that's basically what one of the requirements of designing a good adventure. Um, and if you know that it's like you're expecting this might not be the best explanation as to why the kobolds are acting like this. So if you think if you agree with me, feel free to come up with something else, right? Instead of approaching it with like, before even writing it, I know that there are common tropes already and we don't want to use that. So I'm going to create a unique scenario as to why the kobolds are acting that way, right? And if we read it the first time, there's no DM advice section here. It's just we go through it and we get surprised because we're used to the common tropes and we see that the kobolds' reason for stealing stuff is different. Oh, holy crap. That is awesome, right? That's something new. So you feel elated. You feel like something, there was like more effort was put into writing the adventure, right? And yeah, and that's a piece of design advice. Does that mean that it's the best advice? I'm not sure. I hope it is. I hope it's a good one. That's what I'm saying. Do I do this? Of course I do this. All right. I'm not the perfect writer. There are times where I get lazy and just copy paste things. And there are times where, you know what? I know the quality of the adventure is only going to be like a B minus, and I accept that. And I think it's the same thing here. Like we are expecting that this is like a B minus type of situation or storytelling, and you accept that. But if you're not into that, you don't want to be like that. You want to create great adventures. You want to create something that will be memorable, especially to dungeon masters like me who forget things all the time. But if something memorable, if something unique is written here, it will probably stick to memory, and Uh, we'll play it more often. There. That's my take. The thing about tropes is that they're useful shortcuts for reasoning, allow players, readers to quickly understand the situation without needed to learn more context. So that's another way of doing things too. So that's probably the author's or the designer's goal. We don't really know. We can just assume. But again, that's just my take on that part. Okay. What else? So what's happening here? What is this common trope that we're about to learn? So we have the kobolds. We have those 7 kobolds here, or now it's just 5. Or at least in this area, there's only 5. The rest of the kobolds, about 3 dozen babies in all, have moved to the escape routes and flee the warren at the first sign of combat. If the dwarves stayed behind, they kill some of them, but are unable to stop most of them. If the dwarves are present, it's the dwarves versus kobold thing. Okay. If the dwarves are present, use the following stats. For Broin, okay, you have that. Okay. The kobolds have by now found out that the chest does not in fact contain any food or supplies. They're not looking to die over a stupid hammer that is too unwieldy for them to use, even if it does not look pretty, but they do want to defend their home and give their kin time to flee. Okay. And the sorcerer speaks a little common. Okay, while the others kind of know the 6 words. How the scene proceeds is completely up to the characters. Broin is upset and sulking about not being chosen by Darrow Stomper and looks to the characters for guidance. All right, good job, Broin. Port and Glodo look to Broin. If they choose to fight, the kobolds fight to the death and give their family more time to escape. Okay. So this is kind of like a moral dilemma situation. The kobolds stole our stuff. So now we go there to retrieve our stuff and give them some punishment for stealing our stuff. But now we feel bad because we see that we see that they have families and they just want to eat, and they just basically stole our stuff because they are hungry, right? And then it's up to you how you want to deal with that. Okay. I get that part. Okay, but the characters must make this check with a disadvantage. If the characters are willing to negotiate, the kobolds are mistrustful at first and will require persuasion check and must make this check with disadvantage. As the voice of Darrow Stomper screams, "They laid hands on me! Kill them all!" All right. I like Darrow Stomper, but now she's starting to become like a, what's that anime trope where that person likes you? It's not tsundere, the other one, but they become like a something like a with a, they like you so much they're willing to kill people. Yandere. Yeah. Yep, yandere. There you go. Yep. So Darrow Stomper is a yandere. Yeah. And again, the moral dilemma will be there because again, it's dwarves want to kill kobolds, or even just the hammer want to kill kobolds, and kobolds just want to eat. But then at the same time, the kobolds actually did something wrong to us, which is stealing our stuff. All right. So now I'm 50-50 on Darrow Stomper. First, I liked her, but then when it's like, now I kind of get to know her more, stay with her for a longer period of time. You start to find out her true personality. I'm 50-50 on Darrow Stomper now. At the end of this, we may, if I'm the adventurer and I get to keep Darrow Stomper, we may have like a toxic relationship. So that might not be good. Anyway, oh man, we have a nursery here. Wow. Okay, so this little cavern holds multiple nests. All of them are empty, but show. All right, good job. But shows signs of being recently evacuated in a hurry. Okay, so who got scared there because if their stomper gets to the nursery and sees that there are baby kobolds there, oh boy. uh, Shaman quarters. This cavern holds a single kobold nest adorned with multiple of trinkets. Several necklaces made of the skulls from small burrowing animals hang on the wall, and the center of the room is Broin's chest. Huh? All right. So in the center of the room. All right. So we see Broin's chest at the center of the room. Got it. Once us, the adventurers or the dwarves, open the chest, they find Darrow Stomper in perfect condition. As the chest is opened, Darrow Stomper speaks and some final words to her chosen one. Well, finally. Good. Time to get buried. No amount of trying can get Darrow Stomper to respond beyond her final line, much to Broin's enduring annoyance. As we retrieve Darrow Stomper, they can now leave the Warren and return to their camp. Okay, good. Thank goodness that, yeah, all right. Yeah, thank goodness that there are no baby kobolds seen here because that's very, very dangerous. Okay. And now I think I can understand a bit why. Oh man, I'm moving through the stages, and now I'm kind of accepting Broin now. I kind of know now why Broin thinks the way she thinks. Like no one will mess with the dwarves, right? Especially in our territory. Like you must be crazy if you want to mess with the dwarves here in our mountain, in our road, right? And because if they do see you, this is what we're gonna do. Like, no survivors. But again, I guess the kobolds are not aware of that, and this is what happens. Did they mention that? There were some baby kobolds mentioned earlier. Okay. Man. Well, that's good to know, I guess. If those are the behavior of the dwarves here in the Moonshaes, that's how they act. That's they're confident. They know that, like they know their strength. They know what they can do, and if you mess with them, like there's no excuse. Like we're not gonna be soft on you. It's like no forgiveness. You're forgiven when you die, right? Does this apply to non-kobolds? We'll see. Escape route. So tunnels at the end of the short connecting other tunnels. Mere seconds of digging allows the kobolds to break through and attempt to flee. If you fought the kobolds, the walls have already been dug through. Okay. And that's it. We got the hammer. We got Darrow Stomper. And returning to camp, we resume our rest. And then morning comes. We make our way to High Rock. So it's just a day's travel from the docks to High Rock. Okay. And it's not dangerous too, because we have a road here that we can use to travel from the docks to High Rock. We have a cart, right, pulled by a donkey or something. So that means it's a day's travel to go up and then probably a day's travel to go down. So you can have like a weekly work schedule by the docks, right? You work for 8 days. So in the Forgotten Realms, 1 week is composed of 10 days. So you can work for 8 days, and then like your Saturday, quote unquote, is gonna be going back home, and then Sunday is when you travel back to the docks, and then start the week again. Work for 8 days, and then repeat. Is that gonna be more expensive? Probably. Okay. So, yep, probably not the best solution. Anyway, returning to camp, we resume the rest, and then now we go and get to High Rock. Broin is sullen the entire way. Glodo can't stop talking about what happened, and Port seems a little shaken up by the whole thing. Upon reaching High Rock, us adventurers and the dwarves part ways. Broin, who has by now simmered down a bit, thank us for our assistance and offers us a few useful items from her personal connection. Okay, good to know. And the characters or us are thanked by Kefray's or thanks to Kefray's seal on the message. We're granted an audience with Winnow Restfire, and which she accepts and reads the message. If it's tampered with, uh, Winnow marks her token accordingly, without comment before handing it to the party. And we go on our trip back to Kermoray, uneventful but rainy. Theodric is happy to see them and asks for their report and a token of receipt and pays them as below. So that's it. Giving the letter is basically uneventful. Uh, if it not for Broin being hard-headed and, actually being a bit cautious, taking precautions on our journey, this adventure will not occur. Like, this will be a 1 hour adventure. That's it. So we get 40 gold. That's it. If the token shows the characters have been tampered with, they only pay us half. Okay, we deserve that. And Broin gives us a bag of holding, which is really good, and a potion of greater healing, which is way better than a potion of healing. So that's nice. And that concludes the series. Okay, so we're not gonna read the conclusion because I think the conclusion is again copy paste for these adventures. So we're not gonna read that yet. We're gonna read that in Moon 5. But that is basically it. So who do we have here? So we have our NPCs. Broin Delve Shifter has been in the High Rock Guard for 90 years. We know that. And she's good at her job but lacks creativity. As a result, she has been passed over for promotion a few times. And oh man. Oh man. What a journey. At the start, Broin, okay, no problem. We go with Broin. Then you learn about her attitude. You start to hate her. And then you start to learn about like the dwarven culture here in the Moonshaes, and you start to understand her behavior. And now you start to learn about her background, and you start to feel for her. Damn it. Okay. So she could have been promoted. She could have been like captain of the city guards or something, city watch. But yeah, because she lacks creativity, she didn't get promoted. And she has seen things, and this is evident from the lines of her face. She wears what little hair she has left in a bun, and blames her baldness on her helmet. Aw. Yep, it's not the stress. It's the helmet. Yeah, she's still in denial stage. Stubborn to a fault. Yes, we've experienced that. That's good. Quick to judge and lacking any patience. Once she has made up her mind, Broin cannot be swayed. Yes, we know that. Broin has a complicated relationship with her family. Her mother was from the wrong side of the mine, and Broin, using her name Delve Shifter, has caused the richer side to treat her with disdain. Oh, okay. I relate to Broin now. Am I losing more hair? My hair is in a bun, so yeah. Um I don't know. That's what I wrote. Oh, they don't have a portrait. They don't have a portrait of Broyne. And then we have Kefre, which is the High Queen. We've read this already from the previous adventure. She's basically obviously, the wife of the High King. And she was a paladin. I think she's still a paladin. And worships. Who does she worship? I forgot. Paladin of Siamorph. Okay. And she's originally from Waterdeep. So there. And then Theodric. This is we know Theodric. Nice mustache. Let me see if I can do the same. I doubt it. And then Winnow Rustfire doesn't look like a dwarf. No. Okay. Okay. Who am I to judge, right? She's a dwarf and she looks like that. Is Norbert's daughter, close friend of Petra, Rookout, and a potential leader of a new combined clan allying the Rookouts and Rustfires. The priest of True Silver, dwarven deity of the home and protection. She wears her long red hair in many braids, and she has an earnest demeanor for strangers. With friends, she's more relaxed with a wicked sense of humor. Well, she enjoys dark jokes, like, you know, baby kobold jokes. Probably she'll have a laugh at that, right? Or is she just saying that she's just there's a awesome sense of humor, not like a wicked in a sense, like she likes, you know, dark jokes. Anyway, she's optimistic. Okay, I could die. That could be a good flaw. Like she enjoys like dark humor. Once I pick a goal, I become obsessed with it and detriment of everything else in my life. Okay. And that is it, I think. So we have stats. We have the map. We have the tent. We have the cave. We have the letter. We have the open letter. And the rewards, potion of healing, bag of holding. Does it have a fluff? It's a black velvet bag adorned with dwarven rune, embroidered on the outside of gold. All right. The gold thread, and that's it. Makings of a hero. All right. We don't. I think you get that at the end of all the intro adventures, and that is it. Yeah, no puzzle. No puzzle. That is it for MOON1-3 Heritage versus Kinship. It's a pretty easy one, right? It's very generic, I would say. It is an intro adventure, so you don't want to make things too complicated. So I can understand it also, again, from now we're starting to get it. I also understand it from the designer perspective if you put like a common trope here instead of, you know, something unique, because you need something that new players would easily get right away. Okay, I get that now. And yeah, that is it for us. Should we read one more? Let me see what do we have next. What do we have next? Heritage versus Kinship also applies to the relationship between the dwarves and the kobolds, where you can see the family ties and traditional let's just kill the kobolds of the dwarves. And yeah, actually, let's talk about that, because with the dwarves, they are kind of together, but you can see that there might also be some issues between family members, and then you can see like how the families are flawed. Like family is important, but you see the flaws, right? So with the dwarves, you see that how there are members of the family that they don't like, but they're still part of the clan, right? And in the kobold side, they all are kind of looking out for each other, but they want to make sure that they survive, or they're desperate, or just wants to have a better life, so they resort to doing bad things. That's their flaw. Yeah, issues just because of a name. Yeah, I know, right? But again, if you're gonna run this, pretty basic. It gave us a good look at how the dwarves live in, at least in that area in Alaron, in the Fairheight Mountains and in High Rock. You know how they work, and the relationship between the clans, and how they think, and that they're actually kobolds in the Moonshae. So that's another thing that's important. There are kobolds in the Moonshaes. So those are the things. Those are the takeaways, basically. Let's see if we can read one more. Okay, what time is it? It's 1 in the morning. So technically, it's still early. Here in the Philippines. But let's see if we have. I still have the energy to read one more, but I don't know if this is gonna be a good adventure to read. Right after reading one adventure, right? So let's look at the blurb. In Rorik's homestead, an unexpected visitor forces the locals to make a difficult judgment, but not before an undead. Oh, okay. This is different. Not before an undead threat must be laid to rest. I think I want to read this one. Because Moonshae Isles, full of, political intrigue, houses a shift of power, and then fae creatures, a lot of fae, unseelie fae, seelie fae, and not a lot of undead. We got some undead encounters, but that was in like 4th edition adventures. Here, there's not much we can have. Moonshaes. You need an S. Moonshaes. Yeah. And so let's see who's the author here. The lead designer is Ciaran O'Halloran. Okay. And what else do we have here? So Eric Mengi, editor Andrew Hewitt. All right. All right. So we have those things. Okay, so I guess we're reading this. All right, let's go. So I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. You guys can also take a 5-minute break. Let's go to bathroom. Not bathroom. Let's go to the get some go to bio, and I don't know, get some snacks, water, freshen up a little bit, and then we're gonna go and continue with MOON1-4 because I still have the energies for another adventure. Okay, so I hope our background music don't get blocked, but if it does, well, oh well, or muted. But I'll see you all in 5 minutes or so. All right. And we're back. Okay. Got a McDonald's Coke float here, some fries. Ready to go. Okay. Let's do this. And going on the next adventure. CCC BMG MOON1-4, the Bravest of West Breasal. Okay. And let's go. What is happening here? There's undead, I heard, so let's go. So it's the same copy paste background. So we read that early, so we're just gonna skip that. It's all the same thing. We have theatric letter gold. Are we gonna send another? Are we gonna give another letter? Yep. So one of the recipients is Ciaran. Is that her name? Okay. MOON1-4. NPCs. Ciaran. Let's see if there's a pronunciation below. A druid of the Earth Mother. Defenders who live in the Breasal swamp. Okay. Let's see if she has a pronunciation here. Whoa, there's a lot of NPCs here. All right, looks like this is going to be fun. So I'm not going to go back and forth because there's a lot of fun stuff here. Fuzga, hello. Welcome, welcome. So join us if you have free time. What am I working on? We're just reading Rising Shadow Adventures. We're here as part of Lore Academia. As lore sages, we're here to extract lore from the Rising Shadow Adventures. That way, if people ask us about Moonshae lore, we have the answer. Since I'm one, especially for me, because it's part of my job, if I'm one of the storyline coordinators for the Moonshae Isles, and then people will say, so what happened here? Do you know this? Do you know that? And if I don't know the answer, Balman Games might remove me from my post. So, no, I don't think they'll do that. But yes, it's fun to do. I'm just supposed to do it by myself, but I figured other people who don't have time to play or run the adventure might just want to join me and read through it together and learn about the Moonshae Isles as well. So here we are. We've read several adventures, but now we're in MOON1-4 of the Rising Shadows. MOON1 series has 5 adventures. So after this, there's just one more, and then we're now going to the MOON2 series. There. Anyway, here in the Moon 1-2 to 1-5, it looks like we're all just sending letters to different people asking for their help. The next one that we're going with, going to send letter to is Ciaran, who is a druid of the Earth Mother at the Breasal swamp. Okay. The Shem family, who are halflings, are amongst the hundreds of folk who live in the swamp, cutting and carting turf from the bog. Okay. This is something, I'm not sure if this is um, an incorrect way of using the term folk, or this is really the correct way of doing that. So we'll figure it out together, okay? But, or if you know the answer, let me know in the chat. Because with all the things that we've read so far, we know that there are two human population here. And they are called the Northlanders and the folk, right? But here it looks like folk is just a general term for the citizens of the Moonshaes. So, because they're halflings, but they're also called the folk. It could be either, right? So it could be both, rather. So folk refers to the humans that settled here in the Moonshaes. And then over time, it's just, it became like, probably a bad way of doing things, but got generalized and just the term that they use for the people of the Moonshaes, you know? Yeah, it is wholesome, yeah. But yeah. So we'll figure it out as we read more adventures. Okay, so who live in the swamp, cutting and carting turf from the bog. Young Shem recently noticed a standing stone marking a tomb on his family's land that had been disturbed. The overturned stone revealed a long buried sword and shield. All right, from Warhammer, we're now getting a sword and shield. Man, this is like so high fantasy, right? And if you're here trying to find like which magical weapon you want to have, these are like the perfect quests if you want to get them. Young Shem sees the treasure for himself. Oh, so they found it. They saw it. They noticed a standing stone marking a tomb on his family's land. So it's not like, okay. And that had been disturbed. And then the overturned stone revealed a long buried. All right. So they found young Shem who found treasure. Okay. The dolmen marked the tomb of the ancient warrior called Kater. It's not cat hair, right? It's Kater, right? Shem had unknowingly unleashed necrotic energy. It is cat hair? It is? That's what I'm thinking. Is it cat hair or cat hair? It's not. It's not? Alright, okay. Damn it. I'm very gullible at 1:30 in the morning, so Shem had unknowingly unleashed necrotic energy, which leaked into the surroundings and provoked the warrior spirit. Okay. Young Shem's father, Old Shem, that's their name? Like Young Shem, Old Shem, they're all Shems? Was envious of his son's new possession. Conspiring with his 7 other sons, the Shems plotted to steal his beloved treasure. Oh no. Where are you? I'm working. It's 12 p.m. here in this. I'm located in the Philippines. So I'm on the other side of the world. I'm 13 hours ahead of Eastern time. So yeah. Good job. And yeah. And yeah, I'm usually awake at this hour. I have a lot of friends who's also awake at this hour. I'm not sure if they're awake because there are things that they need to do or their work is also at this hour. But yeah, I'm glad that they're here. So thank you guys. Anyway, going back. Let's yes, see, Ninja Girl is still awake. Good job. Going back, we have some Shem problems. We need to again, you can sleep, go ahead. Do that. You can just leave the phone open or whatever. And we should be good. Excuse me. All right. Going back. The following day, young Shem's fear turned to rage. As they worked the marsh, he smashed the sharp end of his spade between his father's shoulder blades and fled. Holy crap, what's going on? Meanwhile, Kater has manifested as a wraith. Okay. And And following the party side, Kater killed the remaining Shem brothers, who are now zombies lying in wait for their brother to return. The necrotic energy has brought old Shem back as a revenant, hot on the heels of his son and murderer. Oh, that was dark. Okay, I like it. But who's Kater again? I got distracted by the name. The dolmen marked the tomb of an ancient warrior. All right, so the owner of the sword and shield is named Kater. Okay. And then Kater basically killed everyone else except the father. Because, okay. That one is a bit dark. Alright, so meanwhile, Kater has manifested as a wraith following the... Okay, as we read that. So what happens here, again, how the adventure is structured, you have the call to action. This is where basically the adventurers kind of gather and given the quests. And then you have part 1 and part 2. Since this is only supposedly a 2-hour adventure, this is what we'll play. So, call to action, Theatric Glitter Gold hires the party to deliver a message to a lizard folk druid named Shiz. And in part 1, we arrive in Rorik's homestead, and we meet the locals and must defend them from vengeful undead. And then last one, we travel to Shem's homestead, where they must restore the tomb and end the corruption in the area. Okay. Noted on that. And then adventure hooks. If you're playing this adventure, and for example, your players or your current campaign is at a different location or doing something else, or you're doing this as a side quest, you use these adventure hooks to bring your players or your players' characters here in the Moonshae Isles and play this specific adventure. So here, one of the hooks is that the Earth Mother, which is worshipped by the folk of the Moonshaes, the Earth Mother defenders are recruiting and seek potential recruits who revere nature. Oh, actually, this is a faction because it's in all caps. So we have the Earth Mother defenders, which Shiz is a part of. And then we have the Shem family, which is basically composed of young Shem, old Shem, and then the remaining Shem brothers. Right? There. Maya is one of the character's distant relative and is due to be married. The character is sought to ask and asked to deliver well wishes on behalf of their clan. Surveyors of the marsh. You might be asked by important nobles in Kaer Morhen and want to know if exploring the marsh will be worthwhile. And Shiz is the best person to inform them. Okay. And this is the structure of the adventure. Again, very basic. You do call to action, and then part 1 and part 2, and then that's it. That's how the adventure flows. Shared call to action. If you're here a while ago, then you know that for Moon 1 to Moon 5, they kind of have like a copy-paste call to action. Same thing. Yep, another deliver letter, and then that's it. Because this is my marker that it's copy paste. So as long as that typo is there, I know it's copy paste. So basically, we're in Kaer Caladir. Oh no, sorry, we're in Kaer Morhen, and the High Queen hired Theatric Glitter Gold to hire us, or ask Theatric to hire us, and to deliver a message to the druid Shiz. And we're here, we know the room, we know what the letter looks like, and we're not gonna read, even the box text is the same. So what we're gonna read is the what do they want and what do they know, right? For those just joining us, Teadric Glittergold is the ambassador of the Moonshae Trade League, which is one that is allied with the High Queen, Kefre Kendrick, and House Kendrick at the moment. So, what do they want? Teadric wants to hire us to deliver a message to Shias, the druid, and she is on the Breasal Marsh. We're gonna find out where that is in a bit. Teadric shares the following information. That the Breasal Marsh is renowned for its excellent peat. What is that? Which is used as fire fuel in the relatively treeless moorlands of Moray. And is that not how it's pronounced? How do you normally pronounce it? I'm just making things along as we go. Is it? Let me know if you have a different pronunciation of Teadric. I would like to know. Teadric. How do I say it? Teadric. I say it as Teadric. Teadric. And then yours is Teadric. Teadric. I don't know if I'm being dumb or not. I don't see the difference. All right. Or I don't hear the difference. Yeah. Teadric. 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 All right. Yeah. Okay. No. Again. No, Fusga. We encourage this. We encourage this type. No. We don't. We encourage this type of behavior here at Lore Academia. We're all sages here. We want to know what's the right pronunciation. We want to know if there are alternate ways of doing it, things like that. Anything that we're supposed to be confused, all right? Because again, we're trying to figure out what is the what is the right answer. So anything you notice, any mistake you see, feel free to let us know. Again, that is the purpose as to why we're doing this. We're kind of open here in this Lore Academia. We're all here to learn. Like specifically, I put on our Twitch stream that this is educational. So we're all here to learn. Anyway, what do they want? Teadric wants to hire. Oh, sorry, we already read that. The Breasal Marsh is renowned for its excellent peat. The peat is that's the one that I'm supposed to Google, because I know you use it for fire, but resembling soil form. Oh, I think I saw this at a YouTube channel once. Yeah, like they form it into the to look like bricks. And then use it for fire. Yeah, okay. Clear dirt. Yeah, okay. I saw one video of that because there's like I think it was on Reddit, like an oddly satisfying video of a person creating like bricks out of the peat that they're getting. So yeah. The lizard folk live in the Breasal Marsh at the center of the moors of the Isle of Moray. They've long lived their lives peacefully but independently from the folk who surround them. Excuse me. She is a renowned spiritual leader amongst the lizard folk. Her wisdom is respected by the others and her opinions carry a lot of weight. The best way to reach Shias is to inquire among the local folk who live in the lands around the marsh. Teadric has a contact in town who can help them. Branach the Bard. Okay, let's put that in our notes. So Shias, who is a druid and member of the Earth Mother Defenders. And then we have, what's the name of this person? Brannock the Bard. We'll meet, hopefully, later in the adventure. With the current situation in the Moonshaes, magical means of communication have become unreliable. A more traditional means of messaging is more secure. We know that. If needed, Theodric makes some comments that should convince us that their backgrounds have been checked, and he remains silent on how he was able to do that. So we do some haggling. They're gonna pay us again, same thing, 40 gold pieces upon each character, each adventure upon completion of this task. And we're also gonna get transportation on where we need to go, probably using the ship Shantu with Captain Poppy Logan. And then if we accept it, we get the letter and we can open it. To find Shia's... Oops, sorry. There you go. To find Shia's, Theodric recommends us to Brannock the Bard, who knows much about Moray and the Breasal Marsh. Oh, this is just within the Isle of Moray then. He can be found near the Moor Gate that faces the moorlands to the south. If we decide to go to Brannock, proceed to Scene B. If we decide to head off to the marsh, go to Part 1. Okay. Before we go anywhere else, let's read the letter. Because we're like that. We want to read letters. So let's find the letter. There you go. Letter. Breaking the seal. And open it. And this is what we see. From the stronghold of Earl Orwin Reese. All right. So this is the address. So the from address. It's not actually the Earl who's writing it. Yeah, we know that it's the High Queen who's writing it. But now I kind of get the first part. It's the from address. Okay. Caer Moray and the Isle of Moray. And then this is the to address. All right. To the most diligent tender of nature, Shias. Earth Mother Defender. Breasal Marsh, Isle of Moray. Okay, so we're not leaving Moray. We don't need the ship, I guess. And we're just traveling on land. Greetings. On behalf of the human folk of the United Moonshae Isles, I wish to thank you for your attendance of the Grand Conclave at Caer Moray. I ask that you spread the word amongst your people that we intend to strike against this slain and her shadowy supporters for the sake of all who live in the Moonshaes. We welcome any of your warriors who would join us in preserving the marsh and moor. Please give the people delivering this message a token that you have received the message. I do not know much risk they incurred, but travel is dangerous and their bravery deserves respect. Damn right. Yes, it is dangerous. You sent us to Alaron last adventure where like the slain and their whatever the slain sworn are located. By my hand and affixed with my seal, Kefre Amkantra Kendrick, the High Queen of the Moonshaes. I think I just figured something out. In this letter, we're addressing Shias as a member of the Earth Mother Defender. I think in this one, in Moon 1 to 5, we're contacting different factions, like members of different factions. I think that's what's happening. So let's see the letter from this is 1-3, Moon 1-3. Let's see the letter. Oh, sorry, this is Moon 1-1. What am I reading? Moon 1-3. Here we go. Let's see the letter here. The letter in Moon 1-3. Breaking it. Wardens of the Deep Shade. So see, I didn't get that at the beginning. Now I got it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Fuzka. And then on Moon1-2, it was Flamstart. So Flamstart is part of what group? All right. Let's see. Thank you. Yeah. Feel free to just stay here. Feel free to just put me in the background, and hopefully you learn some Moonshae lore while you work, right? Moon1-2. Let's go back to Moon1-2, because now I think I know what's happening. After 3 adventures later, I finally figured it out. We have the letter. We're opening it. Initiates a flame. So that's it. High Queen Kefre is actually sending letters to members, if not the leaders of these factions, and asking for help. Because it is, part of the Grand Conclave. So we have the Initiate of Flames. We have the Wardens of the Deep Shades. And now we're going with the Earth Mother Defender. Now I get it. Now it makes sense. Makes more sense. Okay. Well, that's what's happening. All right. So we've read the letter. We have a lot of NPCs. We're going back to call to action. And we're done with that. And we're now going to go to part 1. Celebration at Rorix. In this part, we arrive at Breasal Marsh. Actually, let's try to find Breasal Marsh. Let's try to find that place. Opening the map with our super high-tech paint. There you go. And we're going down to the Isle of Moray. Oh, there you go. It's out. It's like in the middle. So Breasal Marsh is right here. No one cares about Moray. Yep. So from Cair Moray, this is where we're at. We're gonna go a bit south. If we're gonna use the road, we're gonna get to Dinigal. We're not gonna go there, and then we're gonna go to this marsh right here. Okay. Got it. Is there a specific location? High Peak, Orc Skull Mountains, Horse Cork, Farview. Farview is here. Anyone in the Philippines know, or at least who lives in Metro Manila, know where Farview is. So now you see it. It's also in Moray. Knew it. I knew it. All right. Okay, so we have that. And then what's this? Shannet River. Okay. All right, so we know where we are. Or where we are going. Okay. The inhabitants of these wetlands make the living cutting peat from the marsh. No wonder it's far. It's in the forgotten. Yeah, Farview is so far. It's been in the Forgotten Realms all this time. The inhabitants of these wetlands make their living cutting peat from the marsh. The smoke emitted from burning the peat, often referred to as turf, has a distinctive heavy earthen smell, which evokes warmth and comfort in those familiar with it. Okay. The marshlanders use a distinctive spade called a loy. I think that's the one that kind of makes it kind of like L shape. That makes the into a brick, right? Top with like a sharp edge wedge that slices and pries turf into from the bog in neat bricks. Yeah, see? Look at that. Watching that random YouTube video has paid off. Good job. And makes a functional improvised weapon. Oh, nice. These hardy folk are known for their hospitality, storytelling, and for nursing long health grudges. Good to know. Um, Arriving in Rorik's homestead, we meet the locals and must defend them from vengeful undead. Why? Um, so, a test of bravery. After their journey, or our journey, we arrive at Rorik's steading. Describe how the sky, the sky washes out as they travel south, and then drizzle of rain that comes with it. Entering the marsh, insects buzz around their heads as the turf cutters, uh, they pass, stop, and wave. And as night falls, the rain showers intensify and the temperature drops. We arrive as the rain intensifies. This is the first inhabited building us heroes have seen on the road through the marsh. As adventurers, we may need to be reminded that we need to ask where Shias may be. So as we approach the house, a roar of laughter swells from within. The door opens and out spreads the warmth of stewing meat and the earthy tones of a peat fire. Okay. This is good for me because not just a writer, but as a dungeon master, because now I have another thing to say instead of, you gather a piece of wood, dry wood, and throw it into the fire. Or now at least I can say that there's peat fire, and I can use that in my games. So, and that kind of improves the immersion a little bit. On your right is a high bar behind a low table and stools. On the left, 4 low tables are grouped around an open fire. Sacks of flour, wheat, and piles of peat bricks line the interior. The heat of the fire has drawn a group of locals close who are listening to one of their number with evident amusement. The empty bottles on the checkered tablecloths indicate that they have been carousing for a good while. All right. Rorik and his daughter Maya live in this 2-story dwelling on the edge of the marsh itself. Rorik sells basic goods and provisions to the marshlanders and keeps supplies in his public room, where the locals come to sit by the fire and nurse a drink through the night. Tonight, they drink the health of Maya and Finn, who are to be married the next day. Congratulations. They await Shias and Rorik himself, who are making preparations for the ceremony. Someone's getting married. Good job. And what do we have here? Steading. So the steading is surrounded by a wooden fence, housing Rorik's ranging chickens. The ground, is it ranging or raging chickens? The ground floor of the building consists of 2 rooms separated by an internal arch. And the eastern section is for cooking and food preparation. I think we have a map down below this adventure. And a door in the eastern wall leads to a larder, which in turn can open to the field beyond. The western wall is set to with a wide fireplace, and suspended over the fire is a black pot with the smell of the cooking stew filling the room. Rorik's is always open. Wow, it's a 24/7 place. Good to know that there's a place that's open 24/7 in the Forgotten Realms. And he sells like general goods, right? This is the 7-Eleven in the Isle of Moray. It's good to know that Moray, the Isle of Moray, even though it's super, super dangerous, has a 7-Eleven. Good to know. Where was that? Rorik is always open, and locals drop in to seek good company. Long tables, benches are spread around the room. And but the locals sit on the benches close to the fire. Stacked against outside walls are sack, piled peat bricks, kindling, and ceramic jars and urns and farming equipment. These items, as well as drinks and stew, can be purchased from Rorik and Maya. Of course, Moray has 7-Eleven and only Black Blood tribes shop there. Yeah, you never know, right? Like you wanna buy some I don't know, some item, and you can't find it in Care Moray, so you go outside, you go to the 7-Eleven, and then all of a sudden, the one in line is actually a lycanthrope member of the Black Blood tribe. But they're not gonna kill you because 7-Eleven here in Moray is important. Imagine if this, because even if you're a lycanthrope, you have needs too. You might be in need of a candle or some peats, right? Or you're too lazy to cook food, so you just go to Rorik's place or Rorik 7-Eleven to eat food there. So you're not, even though you're an evil, super evil lycanthrope that's set to murder everyone that you see, you're gonna make an exception on this one. Yeah, yeah. Lycanthropes looking for them Slim Jims. So long tables and benches are spread around the room, but the locals sit on the benches close to the fire. Stacked against the outside walls are sacks, piled peat bricks. So I read this already. What am I doing? The outside is a green, wet, and muddy, while the inside is cluttered, warm, and cozy. Super like 7-Eleven. Lighting, other senses, the peat burns with a warm, earthy smoke that lingers and clings to clothing. Over this, the characters smell cooking lamb and a suggestion of spilled porter, as they refer to the local black ale. Nice. See, you have good food here. I think even if like something really bad, even if the slain is the main villain in the Rising Shadows, right? If they conquer Moray, I don't know why they would do that. I don't know why anybody would go and conquer Moray, but if they do, I think they're gonna leave this shop alone because it's important. I think Rorik has something good here and should invest in franchising and having a store open in the different isles. The locals greet the party enthusiastically and welcome them to sit by the fire. Oh, look at that. The characters quickly find a glass of porter poured. Actually, I'm having an imagination error here. What is this porter drink? It's a style of beer developed in London, England, 18th century. So is it like dark? Yeah, it's dark beer. All right. Brown malt. All right. Good to know. So porter is beer. Where was I? A glass of porter poured from. Actually, I need to write that word. So new words. For me at least. Dark beer. And they want to know who their guests are and where they have come from. So once they know who they're speaking to, they're happy to tell them that Chiaz is nearby. In fact, they expect her to drop in soon, along with Rorik, the steading's owner. All right. So we have Maya introduces herself as Rorik's daughter, and also present are Finn and Widow, Loy, and Paul Boy. So are they all like human? Human. All right. Widow, we don't know. It's just folk. Okay. Human and then human. I think they're all humans. Okay. Storytelling. After the initial greeting, Finn explains they were just trying to figure out who was the brave amongst them. Maya explains that they were telling tall tales, ignoring the cries of the innocent from her companions as the storytelling resumes. The characters are asked to contribute with the tales of their own exploits. Each local tells a story intended to highlight their bravery. They are vying to be called the brave of West Breasal Marsh. Paul Boy talks about how him and Loy once worked the All Winds land. They were promised a barrel of porter if they finished before the sun went down. Before too long, a hungry wolf announced itself. Paul Boy shrieked and ran, thinking Loy would follow. When it was clear he was on his own, he returned to the site. Loy was still digging away with the corpse of 4 wolves scattered around. When asked if he was scared, Loy answered yes, because without Paul Boy's help, he was scared they wouldn't get the barrel of porter. Loy is a freaking lycanthrope. Yeah, there's no way. Let's read that again. They promised a barrel of porter, but before too long, a hungry wolf announced itself. Paul Boy ran, and then when he went back, he saw Loy. He's still working with the corpses of 4 wolves scattered around. So, either he's a really, really good fighter, or he's a lycanthrope. That's what I can tell. So he's a high level adventurer, because if you're tier 1, level 1 to 4, and I give you as your dungeon master 4 wolves with pack tactics, I don't think you will survive. But Loy did, so if Loy is lycanthrope, will be immune to normal damage or mundane, non-magical damage, and the wolves can't do anything about it. Anyway, Widow Derwin tells her of her late husband. I like this. This is a lot of good stuff, good stories. A rumor was spread that the banshee crept about their land at night. Oh, okay. After dinner, her husband would get up from the table and stalk every corner of their land. Sometimes this would take a few hours. And Derwin would be fast asleep by that time. He returned. Eventually, he was gone for days, hunting that foul banshee. The days turned to weeks, and in fact, in the end, she rarely spoke to that man at all. Don't you agree he's brave indeed? I think... I think her last husband was going to a different house. I think this banshee is definitely something her last husband was obsessed with. Sure. Wink, wink. Right? The adventurers are invited to tell their own stories. They can make a suggestion for a suitable skill check to use. Okay. And if an NPC is suitably impressed by one of the characters, they'll be allies in the upcoming fight. Okay. As the door whips open, a blast of cold air follows, with tears streaking his raw face. A mop-hair halfling stands in its frame, nodding to the company. He makes his way to the counter and climbs a high stool. His hands are covered in dried blood to his wrists, and he is shaking uncontrollably. This is young Shem. And he has murdered his own father. Oh, so this just happened like recently. And is looking for relief for his nerves. Maya crosses to the bar to talk to him. He might be called over to the fire. After some urging, he reveals that he has killed... Oh my God. So just reveal that he killed his father. Shem justifies his action as self-defense with the following arguments. He found a sword and shield, and for once knew he had something for himself. He knew that his father told his brothers that they were watching him everywhere. His father thought the sword and shield were valuable and wanted them for himself. Okay? And while they work, his father lunged for him with a knife. Without thinking, young Shem picked up his loy and, in fending off the attack, killed him with a blow to the stomach. Okay. And the locals react differently, and you see an argument happen, and we asked to take sides. Are we asked? Yeah, we are asked to take sides, as we see where what their stand is on this. So old Shem, for Maya, old Shem was a tyrant and a bully. Young Shem's bravery is better than any here, or indeed the bread of Breasal Marsh, for standing up for what is right. He's the only one truly brave among you all. Finn has something different to say, I think. We had to follow the law. Old Shem was the patriarch of his household, and parricide is a dreadful crime. Young Shem's for hanging in the morning. Okay. Loy. Families are funny things. Self-defense is understandable. Young Shem proved himself. I really think that Loy is a lycanthrope. Widow Derwin. Young Shem will be famous all over the marsh. Perhaps I will marry again after all. Okay? And then Paul Boy. There are all kinds of things wrong with that family, but the story wins the competition. Our young murderer is indeed the brave of West Breasal. Oh wow. Okay. I like this adventure. I like the story beat, what's happening. I like the pacing. All right. Old Shem's arrival. At the height of the argument, something happens. Again, a sudden chill cuts the room with the crack of an open door. A grave face and bearded figure is now framed by the doorway. Jaw slack and his eyes ringed red. He spies young Shem, lifts a terrible finger, and groans like spade scraping stone. The standing corpse stumbles directly at his quarry, and as it crosses the threshold, knocks the loy sticking out from the back, from the black and bloody wound between his shoulder blades. Old Shem, his violent rage reaching beyond the grave, has risen as a revenant. I think that's a strong monster, right? For level 1 to 4. Let me check real quick. If it loads. A Revenant is CR5. Alright. And this is the one, like, if you kill it, it goes back. Right? So it doesn't really, like, until the Revenant has completed its purpose, like, it will keep, like, just going back again and again, trying to find young Shem in this scenario. Right? Okay, where was I? He has one objective: to kill his son and murder young Shem. Maya, impressed with how young Shem has already stood up to this bully, tries to come between them, and the characters must try to defeat the Revenant in order to protect the two. Oh boy. Oh, so it'll be easier to defeat because we have NPCs helping us in combat. But if we have a very strong party, we can have the NPCs not join, and then the Revenant will have 160 hit points. That's a lot for level 1 to 4. And what do they want? So old Shem's spirit will not rest until young Shem joins him in the grave. Okay? And young Shem attacked and killed old Shen by striking him at the back as he worked. It was something to do with the treasure he found. All right. So how do we use the locals here? The locals join in the fray. They may be especially useful in harrying old Shem and can do the following. Two can work together to upturn the table and the reverence. Okay, so these are all like mechanics, combat mechanics that the Dungeon Master can use. We're not going to read through that because, again, we're here for the story. We're here for the lore. So we're going to skip that. Once the combat is over, Maya runs to young Shem to tend his wounds or stabilize him. Are we going to ruin the wedding that's going to happen because of this incident? I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. Loy observes that a Loy was sticking out from old Shem's back. If he attacked his son first, then surely that wound would have been in the front, right? Shiaz and Rorik arrive, and once they heard the commotion, they ran to see what has happened. Young Shem fears Shiaz and talks freely. He must defend himself to those who believe his earlier story. Shiaz can tell the characters who don't know that old Shem seems to have become a revenant and will continue to be rebirthed until his death is avenged. She suggests going to the scene of the crime to find out how to settle the score. And this is the following information that emerges from the discussion. Near the Shem's cottage is a dolmen tomb on the top of a mound. They had ignored it until after a particularly heavy storm, after which one of its stones lay on its side after being struck by lightning. The fallen stone has opened a cavity under the dolmen arrangement. Young Shem found a rusty sword and shield within. They were engraved, and young Shem thought they may be valuable, so took them home. Young Shem told his 7 brothers that he had found these items. They told his father, who demanded he turn it over. Young Shem refused to their anger, and over the days became paranoid and worried about that they would steal it. Angry and worried about what his father would do, he seized the opportunity while they worked to sneak up and hit him in the back with his loy. Clearly, he was stronger than he thought as his father lay dead. Scared, he decided to flee the marsh. He saw the light and sought refuge in Rorik's. He went to 7-Eleven after killing his dad. He is sorry for lying. He is scared and sorry, doesn't know what to do. He has left the sword and shield under his cot. He has no interest in retrieving them for himself. Okay. So, young Shem's father didn't really attack first. It's just young Shem got paranoid and basically, killed his father. He's a murderer. But I'm thinking there's something more here. Like the sword and shield influenced him to do that. Let's see. The locals encourage the characters to go and deal with the Revenant as they are terrified that he will return. The villagers want the situation resolved as quickly as possible. But if they remember, we remember that it takes 24 hours for a Revenant to return, they can, they realize that we can wait the next day. All right, so we got some pillars here. So if you want to do combat, exploration, social, but there's nothing really important here for us, so we just gonna leave that. Delivering the message. Shiaz accepts the message. Oh, this one is easy. So Shiaz accepts the message from the party at this time or later in the adventure if we don't give it yet now, or if we don't give it yet. While she can speak common poorly, she can't read it and asks the party to read it for her. Afterwards, she gnaws on a stick in a certain way and gives it to the party as a token of her receipt. Okay. And we are given a lantern of revealing and a potion of heal giant. for helping. That's part 1. Part 2. We arrive at Shem's homestead. The cottage is stuck behind the mounds that line the bog, home to the 7 members of the Shem family. They eked out an existence on the marsh, cutting and drying peat from the land around them. The Shem's cottage is in a bleak and windswept part of the marsh. There are creeks and... I forgot how to pronounce this. I'm not going to make a fool of myself by... Rivulet. There you go. There are creeks and rivulets running fast. Rivulets. Yeah, thank you. There you go. There are creeks and rivulets running fast with rainwater riddling the banks on either side of the path. Mist bunches in the deeper parts of the hollows. The wind lashes their faces as they make their way through the land. And what we need to do here. So scene A, what happens? Shem's land is strewn with rocks and is mostly sodden with water. There's a well 15 feet north of the steading, and we can pass this as they approach the cottage. Topping a steep slope to the west of the path is an ancient dolmen tomb. It's been annoying me, so I'm gonna Google it. What is dolmen? A megalith tomb. Oh, okay. That is not what I'm imagining. I should have it written here. A megalithic tomb. All right. Reminds me of Stonehenge. All right, so I'm sure you're gonna notice that if there's a dolmen tomb, it's a big tomb, so easily noticeable. With one of the stone uprights clearly fallen on its side. The Shem's cottage is a single-story, 2-room affair with the land around it fenced off from the surrounding areas. As they approach the cottage, they hear the baying of a donkey's bray. All right. Let's look at the map. 1C. This is Rorik's steading. That's what it looks like. Nice. Like that. And then this is Sham steading. And this is the dolmen tomb. Yard, okay. The well, there's a well here, okay. All right. So we go to the cottage. Old Shem and his 8 sons share this 2-bedroom cottage. The room is divided in half, an area for sleeping and an area for daily life. In the middle of the room are a table and 3 round stools. By the western wall, the living area has a cold fireplace with a large iron pot over it. There are blankets over wooden benches and low windows. In the eastern area, there are 2 rows of simple wooden cots, big enough for a halfling to sleep. The door leads to the outside shed. The outside shed contains stacks of cut peat, bricks, and a pile of utensils, loy, hose, shovels, and a tired-looking cart and harness. The donkey is tethered to a rope just outside. Okay, really need area information. Here we go. Unfortunately, 7 of the Shem brothers have been slain by the wraith unleashed by the necrotic energy spilling from the damaged tomb. Now they've become 7 zombies, and the brothers lie in wait for intruders. Shay and Cornel lie in the shed, their hands around each other's throat. In undeath, they continue to shout. Oh, these are the brothers. Okay. In Undead, they continue to struggle until they are approached, instead of attacking the intruders. Eowyn is outside the cottage in the chicken coop, feasting on one of the chickens. Padraig hides underneath his cot, ready to grapple a passing character. Peter lies outside the southern wall of the cottage, and the final two brothers, Dara and Oran, lay in the center of the living room, one with a loy in his head, the other with one in his stomach. As we enter, they rise and attack. From whatever the fighting starts, the zombies move and attack, and after each round, more of the brothers arrive through the door window. Yeah, so it's gonna be like a really horror story. You're in a house in the middle of nowhere, and then you get attacked by zombies. Okay. Very strong. If it's very strong, the zombies have 33 hit points, and Shem's donkey in Area 2 is a warhorse skeleton instead. Nice. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that one. What do the zombies know? The zombies are mindless, but know that the characters are looking for a precious treasure. Okay. What do they want? What do the zombies want? They want to extinguish all life. Okay, good to know. Good to know that's what the zombies want. Tricks of the trade. Okay, so this is just tactics basically during the encounter. So we're gonna skip that. Um, Development. So once the zombies are removed, we can search the cottage. Under a mattress, in one of the cots, they find a rusted and decayed sword and shield, with engraving along the rim of each. They are sized for a human and cold to the touch. The sword and shield of Kater. They are engraved along the edge of the rim, but rusted beyond use as weapons. Oh, they're not magical? Yard. The Shem's donkey is tethered. Okay, so Yard, we have that. Kater's redoubt. Okay. The standing stone tube has layered undisturbed for centuries and marks the burial spot of the great Kater. Alright, this is a warrior who ruled this region in ancient times. Okay. Kater, a warrior. I should just copy paste. In the Isle of Moray. Okay. It was disposed like a cruel, and his spirit has turned even more malevolent with the passing of ages. It is the spirit who young Shem disrupted. The necrotic energy balanced by the tomb was disrupted as the stone fell. It has leaked through the environment, causing anger and paranoia among the Shem family. Yep. Animating their bodies and ultimately taking shape as the wraith and now defenses defiled resting place. You rise up the slope. As you rise up the slope, sprung from the earth stands a dark stone 10 feet high. The long form of its partner stone lies on its side. Between them a hole has been torn from the earth, and the third piece that formerly lay on top of these lies smashed beyond. From the upturned earth itself, you feel a wave of great woe. Okay. And the location. So we have a buried sarcophagus. And the wraith comes out as the spirit of a long dead warrior. Awakened from his long sleep, it is coming to terms with his new world and feasting on the positive energy of new life. It only attacks the character who has the sword and the shield. Otherwise, it doesn't attack until it is attacked first. That's interesting. If the wraith discovers the bodies of zombies, It reanimates them as specters. Wow, okay. The wraith does not move more than 100 feet from its tomb during the day. That's nice. I like this. I like this encounter. And how do we put the dead to rest? We defeat the wraith in combat, dispels the evil spirit for a time, but it doesn't stop old Shem or the evil seeping out of the wound in the hill. So what we need to do is if the sword and shield from Shem's cottage are placed in their respective cavities, they meld with the stone and become part of the carving. Oh. If Kater's spirit can be calm, Kater's spirit can be calm if the stone is turned back upright. We fix it. We fix the Dolmar, basically. And is it Dolmar? Dolmen. What did I write here? Why is it Dolem? Dolmen. Yeah, so if we fix the Dolmen, then that will basically tame Kater and not gonna attack us anymore. Once the wraith has been put to rest, the necrotic energy is contained, and the revenant of Old Shem will also rest. If the Dolmen tomb is restored, but the characters still have the sworded shield, the items quickly disintegrate. If the sword and shield are returned, but the tomb is not restored, Kater stays but is bound to the site. The Revenant does not return. The Shem's household becomes an area of ill repute, and no one approaches. And the story of the ill-fated family becomes part of the local lore. Okay. And with that, we conclude the adventure. And that was a short one, but that was a good one. I like what I was reading. The locals are relieved to hear that the powerful undead warrior has been laid to rest. They soon embellish their own roles in the story. Shias encourages the characters to keep any magic items they still possess. Discussion soon turns to young Shem and what would soon be done with him. The characters are asked for their view. This is a chance to roleplay effectively if they want to, and ultimately you as the DM can decide. Try to make sure young Shem's fate results from the players' interventions. Shias proposes that young Shem should leave Breasal for good. Exile, basically. If the characters have argued well on his side, his old friends provide him with gold and equipment for the journey. The trip back to Kaer Morhen is uneventful but rainy. Theodric is happy to see them and asks for their report and token of receipt and pays them as below. Okay, so we receive 40 gold coins for that. And that is it. We're not going to read the conclusion because we have one more adventure that kind of has the same template. MOON1-5. And that is it. That was a short one. That was good. So we have Kefre, which is the High Queen. We know that already. Finn Olwyn. Are we gonna... let's see what we have here. Soft-handed and neat-haired, long admired on the marsh. The Olwyns are renowned for their sensible, no-nonsense approach. Like his father, Finn has learned that providing stability and security to others is a type of bravery. An alliance between Rorik, Mayhan, and Olwyns will be a good idea for everyone. Okay? Although the marsh folk are wretched compared to those who live in cities, some families are better than others, and Finn thinks it's important to keep things that way. Okay. There are laws to follow and rules to obey. Without this, chaos will descend. Finn thinks it is important that everyone be seen to play their part they are given. Okay. So we have Frey. So Fra? No, Fra. Yeah, it's Fra. Fraloy. Yeah, Fraloy Farley. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Fraloy Farley. So Fra Farley or Loy was always the best turf cutter on the marsh. Strong hands and endurance were one thing, but the mental fortitude to keep going set Fra apart so much that the other Loy landers gave them the name Loy. As any weather, wind or rain, The Loi would be out cutting, nicking, and stacking piles of turf from the earth. Tough. Loi is made from tough stuff and has advantage on, okay? Dour. Loi prefers to let actions speak rather than words. They judge others based on what they do, and but notice good people and protect them. So she's not a, I'm wrong. She's not a lycanthrope. She's just really, really, or they're just really, really strong. Uh, that's it. Uh, just a tough person. Yeah, exactly. All right. So these type of people exist here. I guess more, and I should not be surprised. Like of all the places where tough people would be seen, it's probably gonna be in Moray, right? So if you're not tough, you're not gonna survive. All right. Uh, and we have Maya Mahan. Okay. Maya Mahan. That's not it. Maya Mahan. Okay. Maya wears her tight curled black hair and plaited ringlets which encircle her head. Her dark eyes and sallow skin are unusual for a West Marsher, as her long deceased mother came from far away. Maya is the daughter of Rorik, owner of the biggest homestead on the marsh and the last stop before the road to Caer Moray. She's engaged to Finn Olwyn, a steady bet for the future. When she was younger, Maya longed for the life of an adventurer. It was with some surprise she announced her engagement to Finn. I wonder what happened. Maya is committed to making sure people are treated well. She loves the people of the marsh and is committed in helping those in need. Okay. And, look at old Shem. He has a portrait. Old Shem has spent his life scrapping for leftovers, thinking that 8 sons would bring him blessings and help. He has found instead his energy was spent separating them in squabbles over small resources, and he jealously guards what he can keep for himself. Old Shem sees what his sons own. He has a right to, and beats them until they accept it. Old Shem instills fear by picking on the weak and making his sons gang up on each other. All right. Paul Boy Logan. Logan, is he a son of Poppy? Let's see. Is a well-known chancer, rarely seen working, but can always be relied on to tell the latest gossip. He seems to have something on everyone, a storyteller, and a shirker. He knows when the mob moves and how to stay on the right side. Paul Boy has lived all his life on the marsh and his people long before him, and he knows nothing else. He knows the ways of the people here and what they need. Although reputed for preferring to talk than fight, Paul Boy is no coward and will defend Loylanders when threatened. Okay. And then you have Rorik, the proprietor of the only public house in the West Marsh. All right, I think he is a badass for doing that, for having a public house in the Isle of Moray. Rorik is the de facto justice in the area. He knows how to keep most people pleased most of the time. He has seen many pass through his house and holds more secrets than he seems to. Oh man, a perfect spy, of course. Oh, there's a lot here. Shias. Yeah, Shias. Okay. Earth Tender. Okay. Lizard Folk. A young oracle in training who serves apprentice to Oracle Yunris in the Earth Tender tribe. The much-loved Shias is known to everyone and asked by the Loylanders to carry out rites to bless newborns, marry, or consecrate a burial. The land is hard here, and she respects the resourcefulness and humor of the people who make their living from it. Actually, a really good character to use in the future. As a point of interest, pub house owner trusted as a local justice. Yeah, I mean, Rorik, definitely you can use them in more than in future adventures, right? The fact that he has that place and anyone can just go there, and there's a perfectly good reason you can defend why, like, evil people, the evil lycanthropes are not attacking that place. Um, Definitely can be used like as a part of call to action as well on different adventures. And then we have Tiadrek. We talked about that already. Widow Derwin. I like Widow Derwin. Uh, Derwin's last husband passed away 6 years ago, not long after they married. Since then, she has raised their 2 children herself. She would remarry, but it is hard to meet someone brave enough. No Tinder yet here, so just hangs out in 7-Eleven, see if she can find new husband. 4 hands are better than 2, and should someone brave enough come along, Derwin could do with another husband. Derwin isn't going to let go. Wow, possessive. Wow, okay. All right, good to know. And then you have Young Sham. This is Young Sham. Are known as the poorest of the marsh. The 8 brothers and old Shen father Dig Pete. Okay, we know that information. The target of jokes, pranks, and bullying, and longs to prove himself. Young Sham's size and poverty are the butt of others' jokes, and he has learned to expect the worst from people. A lifetime of being beat down has made young Sham fear others and taught him to quickly capitulate and beg for mercy. Okay, those are the characters. We have the stats here. We're almost done. I saw something here. We have the maps, good maps. You can actually use them online because it's a gridded map. So if you're running this online, you can use that map. This one. This is good information for us because here we have an overview of Moray, which I don't think we've read before, right? Let's check Moon 1 just to be sure, because I don't want to read things that we already read. Nope, that's not there. And let's read 2-1 because we already read that one. I just want to make sure we're not reading stuff that we already... Oh, there's none. Okay, so this is the juicy stuff. All right. Moray overview. Moray is the westernmost of the islands. So this, if you're part of the stream, this is probably like the most important part because it's just concentrated information right here about the Moonshaes or about the Isle of Moray. So Moray is the westernmost of the islands of the folk and the most untamed of the southern isles. Remote regions of the island are wild and dangerous. Yes, a few towns and villages cling to the coast, while moorlands are haunted by the Black Blood tribe, which are a group of evil lycanthropes, and the marsh, as its heart, is the home of lizard folk. So at a glance, the capital is Kaer Moray. We have a few adventures there, including this one. Start there. 10,000 people. We have humans, half orcs, elves, halflings, dwarves, and fae. Feudal monarchy. It's technically Earl Orwin Reese kind of rules, and then the Earl reports to the High King. Religions here, we have the Earth Mother and Helm. And then Tempest and Valcour for the Northlanders that live here. They import iron and manufacture goods, and they export stone, peat, and crin. Is that right? Crin or crine? Crin. You know what? Let's not be lazy. Let's Google it. There's none. I don't see anything. Anyway. Culture. So, Moray is the isle furthest removed from the civilizing influence of the Sword Coast. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think so. The folk of Moray are rough and uncouth even by the standards of the folk. Okay, yeah, because again, this is not a good place to live in. The Northlanders, after making peace with the folk, the Northlanders have settled in Moray, clashing regular. Uncouth? Did I say that wrong? Yeah. Oh yeah, I said uncouth. Yeah, uncouth. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I hope I remember that. Where was I? The folk of Moray are rough and uncouth, even by the standards of the folk. Here's what I was saying, because at the beginning they were describing the halflings as folk, but here you see that the folk and Northlanders are different, and they're like basically two human populations that have that live here in the Moonshae Isles. So I'm not sure if the folk is meant to be used to describe a population of humans here in the Moonshaes, or it's a general term used to indicate like a person that lives in the Moonshae. So it doesn't matter what your race is. I think it's both, but we'll see. We need to read more. Black Blood Tribe, a group of lycanthropes pledged to the return of Kasgoroth. They seek to pollute the moon wells and spread their disease. And lizard folk, several tribes of lizard folk live in the Breasal marsh. Some are peaceful while others are savage raiders. I think folk is kind of generalized term for the peoples of the Moonshae regardless of their distinct races. Yeah, I'm thinking so. Yeah, but again, there are a lot of adventures as we've read, and even here you see it. They keep referring to like the humans as, like separate group of people. We have the folk and Northlanders. But like overall, yeah, the general term here is the folk for the people of the Moonshae, including the Northlanders. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's the cultural people, not genetic people. Yep. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. The island is a rocky and mountainous while... Okay, so geographical features. We have Breasal Marsh, rich with plant and animal life, also home of the lizard folk. We have Lac Dinegal. Breasal Marsh drains into this lake. Is it... I think it's pronounced lake then, not lac. I think it's Lake Dinegal. Breasal Marsh drains into this lake, and the shoreline is a great resource for Loch Dinegal. Yeah. You know what? Google is our friend. Lac, body of water. It's French. I don't see the pronunciation anywhere. Is it French? Anyone here speaks French? Okay, we'll leave it there. We have the moorlands. Most of Moray is moorland, which are grassy and rocky uplands covered in grass and shrubs. They are starkly beautiful. Okay. You have the Orkskull Mountains, taller but less rugged than the Trollclaws, and the home of many humanoid tribes. I'm just saying it's like Loch Ness or Loch whatever, just another name for Lac Ness, etc. Yeah. I want to say it's pronounced lake, but I think you're right. Yeah, I think it's more lock Donegal. Yeah, I can't pronounce it. Yeah, we're gonna move on. Shannet Forest. The wood from the trees of this forest is used by the Northlanders of Fairview to build their longships. Okay. And we have the Shannet River, an idyllic river that winds like a ribbon through the heart of Moray. So we have that pathway. Tartwood, tucked into the valley on the edge of the central moorlands. Tartwood is often cloaked in mist, and is home to many fae. Oh, okay. Let's open our map. Tartwood is right there. Right here. And there's a moonwell too. Okay. And then what do we have? Trollclaw Range. The Trollclaws are low mountains, so marred with sheer cliffs, loose slides of rock, narrow gorges, and deep lakes. The travel is slow and hazardous. Okay. Important sites, you had Denin's Delve, the ruined dwarven stronghold beneath the Trollclaw Mountain. Eye in the Mist, which is a moonwell deep in the Tartwood. So it's not a moon gate. Yeah, the moon symbol in the forest, that's a moonwell. So that's the Earth Mother's moonwell. They said it contains like magical water, and the moonwell is sometimes used by the Earth Mother to peek through what's happening in the Moonshae Isles. And that's like the window of the Earth Mother to see what's happening in the material world. And usually when there's a moonwell, there's a druid that kind of protects that area. So it's a good place of worship for those who worships the Earth Mother. And the name of that is Eye in the Mist. So the wells here, the moon wells, have names. This one is Eye in the Mist. High Peak is the highest peak in all of Moray. This mountain is said to be the site of a mythical castle made of glass. All right, that's good to know. Where is that? High Peak, right here. Okay, I see it. Oh, there's a castle made of glass. That's good to know. Settlements, you have Bray, small fishing village, many Northlanders as folk, Moray, which is the capital. Barely more than a village, Moray Town is the largest settlement in Moray and its capital. It boasts the best port on the isle. Okay. Look up the High Peak Castle. All right, let me Google that. High Peak Castle. D&D. Oh, there's nothing. Thought there's something. According to old Moonshae tale, a woman and her sons dwelled in the grand glass castle atop the peak. The sons grew tired of living in the castle, and so they constructed a glass bridge to a nearby mountain and set out to explore. However, as they left, the castle disappeared. All but the oldest son died in battle and returned home via the bridge during the bitter winter. As he crossed it, he slipped on the ice and fell to his death. The woman became known as the Maiden of High Peak, and her cries could be heard during hot summers or freezing winters. The tale concluded with the thought that one day a descendant of the maiden would rediscover the castle and relieve their mother's suffering. Ah. Okay. Donegal, we have that. Donegal would have been abandoned long ago for not its important resources of peat and crin. Farview, the village was founded by Northlanders to access wood, to access the wood of the nearby Shenet forests. Horse has been abandoned by the folk in the face of the black blood attacks. It's now thought to be a lair of the Lycanthrope tribe. And then Cork, after an attack by the Black Bloods, wipe out all of the inhabitants. The seaside village was repopulated by settlers from yeah, see, there's a lot of cool stuff here in the Moonshaes. That's why I want to read them all. Oh, we have a lot of information here. Okay. This is the last one, I think. Culture of the folk. See, now here we're talking about the humans. All right. The folk are the foes. So the folk are the first human settlers of the Moonshae Isles. So see, there's the confusion there. So now we're talking about the humans again that came here to the Moonshae. Their culture has developed in relative isolation from the mainland of Faerun and is typified by a deep love of the Isles and the Earth Mother. Okay. So their appearance. The folk traditionally have olive skins, dark eyes, dark brown to black hair. However, relations with the Northlanders and the ports of the Sword Coast have created diversity in the population. Folk with Fey ancestry have brilliant green eyes. Ooh, okay. I like that. So I'm not Fey. I don't have any Fey ancestry apparently since my eyes are not green. Too bad. Well, I don't know if that's a bad thing, but yeah. Devoted to the Earth Mother. So viewing the Earth Mother as the spirit of the Moonshae itself. So yeah, so here, so we read 4E adventures, right? 4th edition adventures, and they keep saying Shantea. They worship Shantea. Here we're back, or we're now in a situation where the Earth Mother. There's no Shantea. It's the Earth Mother, and that she is the spirit of the Moonshae itself, right? And that's who the folk worship. Like they worship the land, basically. Druid led. The spiritual leaders of the folk are druids of the Earth Mother rather than clerics of the gods of mainland Faerun. Yeah, so instead of priests, clerics, we have druids. That's kind of like the religious leaders here. Natural spaces. Since the Earth Mother is the land, the folk don't build her large temples. Instead, they honor her with stone rings and small shrines in places of natural beauty. And moonwells. The most sacred locations to the folk are the moonwells. We just talked about that a while ago, of the Earth Mother. These magical pools are fonts of power for her and are tended by the druids. So there's one in the forest, Tartwood Forest. Here. There's one there. Society. So the structure, steadings. So folk outside villages live in steadings, which are fortified farmsteads capable of fending off wild animals and goblin attacks. So we got like a good example of that in this adventure. Village life. Being focused on agriculture, folk prefer to live in small villages rather than in great cities. The largest village or town in an area acts as a market and seat of the cantreve. Cantref is the medieval Welsh land division. A medieval land division in Wales. Okay. Okay, noted. Where were we? All right. Feudal structure. The smallest political unit of the folk is a cantref. Okay. Ruled by a lord who governs several villages. Multiple cantrevs are bound together to form an earldom. Okay. So we have Earl Orwin Reese in the letters. Limited monarchy. The earls of the folk are loosely aligned under a high king. The earls see themselves as peers of the high king. They give the king deference but not obedience. Oh, good to know. Okay. Kendrick devotion. The folk have lived under the rule of House Kendrick for centuries and have tremendous respect for the family. Okay. Cultural traits shaped by the land. The folk are shaped by the rugged, striking landscape and harsh weather of the Moonshaes. Stubborn and persistent, they thrive in the land's adversity and rejoice in its natural beauty. They adore their home with a deep and abiding love that is hard for outsiders to comprehend. It takes a village. The folk live in extended family groups with grandparents raising the children while parents work and most of their neighbors being cousins. Marriages must be to someone outside the village. Okay. Being loyal to a human family for centuries is a pretty amazing feat, seeing as parents and children can be incredibly different from each other, especially in a world with long-lived races. But again, yeah, you're kind of secluded. You're away from the mainland. Like the belief of your parents, what they believed in, is usually passed down to you, and there's really nothing else that can make you think otherwise, right? Like with Maya, she wants to be an adventurer, but get out of like the most of the dreams of the people here is like go out, adventure, try to learn new things outside the Moonshaes. But again, they have responsibilities, they have things that they need to do here, and they are stuck. And when you are stuck, there's the knowledge that you take in is kind of limited, right? And you start to believe. So if even though you haven't met the Kendricks, if your great grandpa or grandparents met them and they said they're good people, they're gonna pass that down to their children and to their children and to you, and you're just gonna believe that because that's what your ancestors told you. And there's not much to do here. So yeah. Where are we? Belief in heroes. The folk are confident that heroes will rise up to confront many threats to the Moonshaes. So again, it's a very good high fantasy setting. If you're looking like who will stand up and defeat the evil creature, and be the hero, this is the place, right? House Kendrick is the greatest of these folk heroes, but heroes can come from anywhere. Cautious of outsiders, the folk are slow to welcome outlanders who are often loud, arrogant, condescending. Even worse, outlanders are often invaders, for many mainland nations see the Moonshaes as backward and ripe for the picking. Right? Looking at you, Almians. Bound by culture and not by blood. While the folk were originally an ethnicity that settled in the Moonshaes from Tetir, they have absorbed many immigrants over the centuries, defined by the love for the land of the Earth and the Earth Mother, and the folk have absorbed these newcomers, adding them to the fold. And I think this is it. This is where we say that this is the people, like the cultural people. The term that we use is the folk and not like the race, the human race, right? Because here they start to absorb other people from other places, immigrants, and some of those people are not really human. They're humanoids, but not human. So, but they're bound by culture. So I think there are two things. You can call the folk as like the population of human here in the like the settlers, human settlers that went here to the Moonshaes, or again, like the people in general, the people that live here in the Moonshaes, right? That has love for the land and the Earth Mother. Call that the folk. Okay. Art and entertainment, fairies. So this is what can we do for fun as the folk? Fairies, with the folk being spread out, they enjoy a good fare. Oh, fair, not fairies. Fair. What am I saying? Whether it be market, festival, or traveling carnival, fairs are great opportunities to meet prospective mates. Oh, let's read that again. With the folk being so spread out, they enjoy good fare, whether it be market, festival, or traveling carnival, because you don't see other people. They live so far away. So if you want to meet other people, you go to the fair. And when you go to the fair, that's a good chance for you to find a mate. All right. Good to know. Harp music. The folk love their harps. Each tavern has their own harp for use by visiting bards. Stiff competition brews between taverns over who has the best harp. I love it. Poetry. Their primary art form among the folk is poetry. Every shepherd comes to be a budding poet working on lines while in the fields. And that is basically it. We have a lantern of revealing. The lantern is circular, made from dark cast iron with greenish tint. No decoration. The glass is frosted. When the flame is lit, it emits a faint odor of a peat fire and soft warmth reminiscent of the heart. And adventuring, that is it. Whew. 4 hours. All right. That is the Bravest of West Breasal. I like this adventure. Storytelling involved. The how we expanded on what we know about the setting. Yeah, 2 2-hour adventures in 4 hours. We did pretty good, fellow sages. But yeah, I like. So we see Moray as a very dangerous place because of the Black Blood tribe, but we see some pockets of not civilization, pockets of where people live and what their life is like, and it's very, it's simple, it's basic, but it's also a fun. Could be a fun experience if you're playing it as an adventure, right? So sharing tales, because that's their way of having fun here. You see the same people. You see what's happening. Is that people are getting married, and you see family like feuds. Like there's problems here in the family, that because of some high fantasy mechanics that we have here. You have some of those problems can escalate quickly and become like a problem for the whole settlement. So that is cool. I like what we read. I think out of the intro adventures, it's MOON1-1 and then MOON1-4 that I like. So there. And that is it for today, whatever. Thank you very much to everyone that stayed. If you're able to listen from the beginning until the end of the stream, kudos to you all. You've done great. I hope you learn some stuff together with me. I hope you're not like me who forgets things. But if your memory is good, then yes, feel free to join me in future sessions so you can always, correct me. Make sure that I'm on the right path and I'm not doing the same stuff over and over. If we know that we've already done it, right? And yeah, so tomorrow, let's see, what's the plan tomorrow? Tomorrow we should be reading 1-5. However, I'm gonna be driving and gonna be out of town. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to come back on time for the stream. I hope I can come back on time, but I want to set the expectation that we may not have a stream tomorrow because of the long drive that I'm gonna do. And then the next day, the day after that, I'm actually doing I'm running a game for my friend and his friends, and it's gonna be a Moonshae adventure that we're gonna play at in our Discord server. So if you're not there, make sure you join us. So Tuesday, I might be doing a long drive. Hopefully, I can come back on time to stream. And then Wednesday, there's gonna be a game, which kind of conflicts with the stream schedule. So we will not have a stream on Wednesday. And then after that, Thursday, we're back to regular programming. Or I don't know, when is it Christmas already? I don't know. When is Christmas? Sunday. All right, so we can still stream on Thursday, the 22nd. Okay, we're still good. Right, so there we go. That's the plan. So Tuesday and Wednesday we may not have a stream, but Thursday we'll be back. That's it. Thank you again for staying. Again, I am DMPaulG. We'll see you again for another session of Lore Academia. I hope you learned a lot, fellow sages, and we'll see you soon. All right. Peace. Bye-bye.